Okay, look, let me start by saying, this isn't your average wizarding world. Yeah, definitely not. Because how did this loud and powerless kid
Take this! This is pointless. You can't use magic. Oh, what? Come on!
end up being possessed by the devil?
Magic is never giving up!
Well, that's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the insane story of Black Clover. But first, let's go over a few things. Welcome to Clover Kingdom, divided between the hard-working commoners in the Forsaken Realm, the middle class in the Common Realm, and the rich and snobby jerks in the Noble Realm. And here, magic is everything. Literally, everyone is born with something called mana, an energy found in all living things, giving them powers. This can be anything from your classic element magic, water, fire, earth, wind, to even summoning giant sheep warriors. Yeah, I know! And of course, this place is run by a regular and boring-ass king. But in addition, the most powerful guy in the kingdom is selected as the Wizard King. Apparently, 100 years ago, a big, scary-looking demon threatened humanity, but an impressive mage managed to kill him off, earning him the title of the first ever Wizard King. And ever since then, the role has been passed down from person to person to protect the entire kingdom. Yeah, it's a pretty intense job, but he gets extra help from the Magic Knights, aka a group of talented mages who work under the Wizard King. And thanks to their special books called grimoires, they're also hella powerful. When a kid becomes of age, they're given a grimoire based on their mana, helping them cast unique spells. And once a grimoire is given to you, it becomes a part of your soul. So if you don't like it, too bad, because it's a part of your life forever, at least until you die and you get to pass it on. And at first, you start out with only a few spells, later earning more with experience. Think of it as learning as you go. So, now that that's settled, let's begin. In the first episode, we open in the small town of Hodge, specifically in a run-down church, where two babies are dropped off, necklace-wearing, quiet and serious Yuno, and loud and hella obnoxious Asta. There, the babies are taken in by a goofy priest, mainly referred to as Father, who looks like he's got his hands full. We then jump 15 years later, where teen Asta proposes to the beautiful and kind Sister Lily. Yup, Asta's in love with a nun, and desperate for her love, he assures her that one day he'll be a magic knight, and later chosen as the Wizard King. And do you remember how I said everyone's got magic in this world? Well, Asta doesn't. He's the one exception to the rule and the biggest loser in the entire kingdom. So, being the Wizard King is gonna be tough. We then see Yuno, who's now crazy talented, practically mastering his wind magic already. Damn, brag about it. But Asta's convinced he's just a late bloomer, patiently waiting for their grimoire acceptance ceremony, aka the first step into becoming a magic knight. After getting a grimoire, he'll definitely have magic, but until then, he's got no other choice but to get insanely ripped. Hey, if you can't use magic, at least he gets super strong. And as March rolls around, it's time for the ceremony, where Yuno and Asta are the talk of the town. Apparently, no one believes these lousy commoners can make it into the Magic Knights, but after Yuno is given the rare 4-leaf clover grimoire, Yuno's popularity goes through the roof. It's rumored that this particular grimoire was owned by the first Wizard King himself, the 4th leaf signifying good luck. God damn! Poor Asta, though, Yuno is far from lucky. His lack of mana prevents him from getting a grimoire. Poor Asta. And to top it all off, now that Yuno has crazy potential, he reveals that he also wants to be the Wizard King. Asta declares Yuno as his rival, but with no magic or a grimoire, no one gives a damn, not even Yuno. Later, as Yuno stands up to some rich and entitled assholes, he's attacked and captured by the chain-wielding bandit and former magic knight Revchi Salik. Apparently, he's after Yuno's grimoire, hoping to sell it for buttloads of money. And since Yuno's necklace looks expensive, Revchi also wants to take that. I'm kinda curious about that myself. Asta then shows up, ready to kick Revchi's ass. But Revchi obviously overpowers him. Revchi keeps bullying Asta, claiming that his chains can also sense mana. And according to the chains, Asta has absolutely zero magic. This almost leads Asta to completely give up, but suddenly Yuno calls to him, finally acknowledging his strength and accepting their rivalry for the Wizard King. And that's all it takes to inspire Asta and stand up to Revchi once again. Out of nowhere, a dark grimoire suddenly appears in front of Asta, a 5-leaf clover grimoire known as the Black Clover. And its 5th leaf apparently represents the freaking devil. Well, this just got interesting. In the next episode, we go back in time 10 years, when Serious Yuno was apparently a pretty big crybaby. Hard to believe, right? But good ol' Asta always knew how to cheer him up. Later, after Sister Lily tells them the story of the first Wizard King, Asta becomes delusional and makes that his life's dream. But he's not just in it for the glory, he mainly wants to give money back to the church. That's pretty noble, Asta. Damn! Later, Father arrives, asking Yuno to deliver a letter for him. Inspired by Asta, Yuno puts on a brave face and heads out. In town, though, Yuno runs into a drunken asshole who's desperate for some cash. And since Yuno's necklace looks valuable, the asshole steals it. Wow, he actually stole from a freaking child. Suddenly, Asta shows up. Apparently, he was getting worried that Yuno was late for dinner, and thankfully, Asta saved Yuno just in time. But the drunken asshole beats up Asta too. Jesus Christ! To not draw any more attention to himself though, the asshole bolts, leaving the necklace behind. Yuno then feels awful for getting Asta beat up. Asta assures him though that he'll always have Yuno's back, and by becoming the Wizard King, he'll prove to everyone that commoners like them can also be strong. From that day on, Yuno stops being a crybaby and declares his desire to also be the Wizard King. That night, their rivalry was born. And back to the present day, Revchi is freaking the hell out about Asta's new powers, which give him an insane looking sword called the Demon Slayer sword. So with that, Asta beats Revchi's ass. And after putting Revchi in his place, Yuno and Asta confirm their rivalry, accepting that they're equals no matter what. In the next episode, Yuno and Asta train like crazy using their new grimoires. Father and Sister Lily, though, are seriously concerned about Asta. With him barely having any magic, how's Asta supposed to survive as a magic knight? A Merlin-looking wizard who ran the grimoire ceremony calms them down. He assures them that Asta might not even make it into a squad, but it's clear Merlin is secretly surprised. He never thought someone would actually get the Black Clover grimoire. It's apparently super rare, maybe rarer than the 4-leaf grimoire. So, with Father and Sister Lily a bit more calm now, they prepare a delicious dinner to send off Asta and Yuno. Ooh, that looks good. In the next morning, with bellies full, the boys finally take off for the Magic Knight's exam. In the next episode, the boys arrive at Kika, a town in the Common Realm, and it's finally time for the exam. But as they arrive at the arena, they're immediately surrounded by anti-birds, aka birds that can detect someone's magic powers. The more magic you have, the less they'll bother you. And guess what? There are 0 around Yuno. Damn, this kid must be hella powerful. And of course, Asta is completely surrounded by anti-birds. 0 magic confirmed, there you have it. As he tries to get away though, Asta bumps into the insanely powerful and scary looking Yami Sukehiro, captain of the Magic Knight squad, the Black Bulls. He's pissed after Asta confuses him for a super buff teenager. Yikes. But thankfully, his accompanying Black Bull members, giant flirt Finral Rulacase and creepy mumbling Gordon Agrippa, manage to calm Yami down. Ooh, that was close. And right before the exams, Asta surprisingly befriends an innocent rich kid named Seke Bronzaza. And this guy knows a lot about the Magic Knights. As they show up, Seke even goes on to name all of the captains. So let me just list them off for you real quick. Douchey Noelle Silva of the Silver Eagles, intimidating Fuego Leon Vermilion of the Crimson Lions, creepy-looking Jack the Ripper of the Green Mantises, badass Charlotte Rosalie of the Blue Roses, sketchy Gildaire Puizat of the Purple Orca, sleepy Dorothy Unsworth of the Coral Peacocks, youngster Ril Boismoltier of the Aqua Deer, and masked William Von Juntz of the Elite Golden Dawns. And with that, the exam begins. And Asta really struggles to do anything involving magic. Jeez, he can't even fly a broom. Then, hidden behind some pillars, we see a white-haired girl named Noelle. She's about to join the exam, but her brother Noelle, yes, the Silver Eagles captain, stops her, and he practically tells her to leave, because apparently he's already put her in a squad, and she can't do anything about it. Damn, talk about a bully. Later, we finally arrive at the last part of the exam, a one-on-one duel. Everyone pairs off, leaving poor Asta by himself, but kind Seke comes to the rescue, agreeing to partner up with him. Wow, what a great friend. Nah, just kidding. Turns out he just wanted to be next to Asta to make his creepy magic look better. What a jerk. And immediately after the match starts, Seke tries to show off his fancy protective spell. But honestly, it's no match for Asta's sword, so Asta quickly slashes and destroys Seke's wimpy spell. Easy. In the next episode, Seke is officially knocked out, meaning Asta's the winner. But as he mentions wanting to be the next Wizard King, literally everyone starts laughing. Yeah, that's not the last time that'll happen. And after a couple more fights, it's time for Yuno's match, and he's going against another rich and arrogant asshole named Salim Hopshash. Kinda like Seke, Salim acts all confident with his cool lightning magic, but Yuno obliterates him with his towering tornado attack. Yeah, badass. And with that, the exam is over. So it's time for the leaders to choose who they want in their squad. If they raise their hands, they want you. If not, then better luck next time. And when it comes to Yuno, everyone raises their hand. And since plenty of Wizard Kings have been part of the Golden Dawn, Yuno joins Von Juntz. But when it comes to Asta, no one raises their hand. Yikes. Yami then blurts out that his crazy strength and sword are not enough to cover up his lack of magic. But after seeing Asta's determination, Yami's pretty impressed, so he lets Asta join the Black Bulls. Score! Later that night, Yuno and Asta say their goodbyes and join their new squads. And with Finral's spatial magic allowing him to make portals, Asta and the Black Bulls head to their hideout. And immediately after opening the door, Asta's freaking blasted with fire magic. Yeah, turns out the Black Bulls have a terrible reputation, known for being the most reckless squad. So things are gonna get interesting. In the next episode, we're introduced to a lot of people, including Yuno's cold and heartless Golden Dawn mentor, Klaus Lunetz. And when I say heartless, I mean it. But the Black Bulls are a completely different story. We meet heavy-drinking hottie Vanessa Enoteka, psychotic Luck Voltia, and strange Gauche Adelaide, who seems way too close to his sister Marie. Next up is a tiny girl with a huge appetite, Charmy Papitson. And yes, she's always hungry. There's also a mysterious giant shapeshifter Gray, who we barely know anything about. And last but not least, Magna Swing, baseball-loving fire user. And speaking of Magna, he's not willing to accept Asta into the Black Bulls until he tests his skills himself. So, after making Asta do several physical trials, he finally wants to see Asta's magic, or at least his grimoire. And the task is, drumroll please, blocking one of Magna's fireball attacks. Yeah, not gonna be easy, but after getting the hang of it, Asta manages to not only block, but reflect Magna's fireballs. Holy crap! And after almost killing Magna, everyone's hella impressed. And after giving him his official Magic Knight's robe, they finally accept Asta into the Black Bulls. Meanwhile though, in another part of the hideout, we see Noelle, also wearing a Black Bull's robe. Looks like there are 2 new members. In the next episode, Asta is given his own room at the Black Bull's hideout. Yeah! Way better than the church back at Hodge. Magna advises him, though, to always keep in touch with his family, so Asta does just that. Back at Hodge, Sister Lily reads from both Asta and Yuno, and Father couldn't be happier, but he's definitely a little surprised that Asta made it into the Magic Knights. Yeah, no one was expecting that. The next day, Asta gets a tour of the Black Bull's insanely cool hideout. He even gets to see Yami's pet beasts. Eesh, thems are scary. And afterwards, we officially meet Noelle, who turns out to be a royal pain in the ass. Literally! Apparently, the Silva family is royalty in the Clover Kingdom, so she looks down on everyone, especially commoners like Asta. But Asta insists that they're equals, and that social class doesn't really matter in the Magic Knights. So, Noelle uses her water magic to show him who's boss, but instead of landing on Asta, she ends up hitting Magna instead, claiming that he also deserved it. After being wildly offended by all this, Noelle straight up quits the Black Bulls. Oh, well, that was quick. Good riddance. Later, Asta finds Noelle training in the woods, but she can't seem to hit the target. Damn. Looks like someone can't control her powers yet. No wonder she's the black sheep of the Silva family. Suddenly, she sees Asta trying to spy on her, which leads Noelle to attack him. But this just causes her to lose control and create a massive water ball, almost drowning her in the process. So she's rude and bad at magic? Yami then quickly throws Asta into the water ball, telling him to use his anti-magic sword to save Noelle. And after he slashes through, everything's back to normal. With her being traumatized by her siblings though, Noelle then worries Asta and the others will mock her for not controlling her magic. But instead, Asta and the others are seriously impressed. She just has to keep practicing, and with that, she's officially back in with the Black Bulls. Oh, well, alright. In the next episode, Yami and Magna lose a card game to a clever old man named Seihi, and they lose everything, even their clothes. But instead of making them go bankrupt, Yami's forced to comply with Seihi's request. He has to send out a team to Seihi's village for a special mission. Apparently, giant boars are terrorizing the village of Saussy, so Yami sends Magna to lead Noelle and Asta on their first mission. This This worries Noelle though, as she can't control her magic yet, but Magna assures her that it's the perfect time to practice. So with that, the trio head out on Magna's super cool broom he calls Crazy Cyclone. Pretty sweet ride if I'm being honest. We then get to see the entrance to Saussy, where a group of mages, led by Heath Grace, are looking for something called a magic stone. Something tells me that this mission's gonna be a little more complicated than we thought. In the next episode, while Asta and Noelle do the majority of the work hunting boars, Magna reveals a bit of his backstory. Turns out he grew up in Saussy, and Seihi was pretty much his mentor, so this job is kinda important to him. And after the hunt, they head toward Saussy. As they arrive though, they see a mysterious thick mist covering the entire village. And with the mist being a magic spell, Asta cuts through it using his anti-magic sword. Inside the mist, the trio finds the townspeople huddled in fear. Apparently, Heath and his crew turned them into hostages, threatening them with magic ice spikes. God damn! After destroying the ice, Magna finally finds Seihi, but unfortunately, he's dead from defending the village. Damn, this got me a little bit. And later, time-obsessed Heath finally reveals his face to the trio, ready to fight. But for some reason, he's constantly looking at his pocket watch. Well, okay then. Magna and Asta then struggle to keep up with Heath's ice magic attacks. Instead of helping though, Noelle stays on the sidelines, scared to use her powers. But after one look at the hostages, she motivates herself to protect them, and this awakens a new spell in her grimoire, a large protective water dome she calls Sea Dragon's Nest. Oh damn, she's actually pretty good. In the next episode, Noelle continues to protect the hostages from Heath's ice magic, and thankfully, Asta's able to land a hit, but a sneaky ice patch screws up his attacks, helping Heath get the upper hand. And with Magna's fire magic running low, they're in trouble. But with a combo attack of Asta reflecting Magna's fireballs, they manage to engulf Heath in flames. Asta's then able to stab him and beat up the rest of Heath's men. Mission accomplished. But first, they gotta get the bad guys tied up. Unfortunately, one of them gets away, but at least they have Heath in custody. Suddenly, we see a random antibird come out and spot a shimmering stone inside the nearby building. I'm thinking this is the magic stone Heath was looking for. Interesting. And back to Magna, he tries getting the truth out of Heath. Why the hell would Heath be interested in attacking this small-ass village? But instead of confessing, he goes as far as to cast a spell on him and his team. He freezes everyone and proceeds to shatter them all into pieces. Jesus Christ! Whatever they were up to, they were committed as hell, man! And remember that anti-bird with the magic stone? Yeah, he starts following Asta around, so I guess now the Black Bulls have the magic stone, but they have no idea what the hell it is. And speaking of which, we then see the bad guy who escaped talking to a shadowed figure. He informs the guy of the Black Bulls having the magic stone, and we see that this shadowy guy has a golden dawn badge. Very interesting. In the next episode, Asta, Magna, and Noelle return from their battle with Heath, and Yami's actually pretty proud, but the question still stands, who the hell was Heath? Even Vanessa and Finral tried to research him at the Magic Investigation Department, but they found absolutely nothing. Looks like it's still a mystery. But the good news is, the Wizard King himself heard about Asta's unexpected mission, and he awarded the Black Bulls a star. Nice! Apparently, the Wizard King gives them out whenever he's seriously impressed by a squad, but the Black Bulls have barely gotten any, so out of all the Magic Knight squads, they still have the least. Later, to boost the team's spirit, Yami gives out their monthly earnings. Gore! And even though Asta plans to send the majority to Sister Lily at the church, Vanessa encourages him and Noelle to go shopping. So they head out for Kika, where Vanessa introduces them to the Black Market, a secret and sketchy market behind a magical wall. Yeah, this definitely reminds me of something. Can't quite put my finger on it. There, they run into good old annoying Seki, and it looks like he's now a member of the Green Mantises, only taking care of petty crimes. Boring. And after he tries flirting with Vanessa and Noelle, he realizes that Asta gets to hang out with them all the time. Now he really hates Asta. Suddenly though, a man pops out of nowhere and steals an old lady's purse, so Asta jumps right into action. In the next episode, Asta is chasing the hell out of the purse thief, and to impress Vanessa and Noelle, Seki joins the case, showing off his ridiculous broom he calls his shooting star. Yikes. And even though he helps take down the thief, Seki ends up getting paralyzed by the thief's magic knife. Why am I not surprised? So, after being an overdramatic baby, he manages to get himself together and take the thief to jail. Asta, Vanessa, and Noelle then return the bag to the old lady. Another job well done. But secretly, the old lady transforms into a man named Julius Novachrono, aka the current freaking Wizard King. He apparently disguises himself all the time, constantly scouting out new talent, and he's very impressed with Asta. Later, we see Klaus, Yuno, and another new recruit, sweet plant magic user Mimosa Vermilion, on a mission. They're tasked with escorting and protecting Salim Hopshas. Yeah, the asshole who lost against Yuno during the exams. And apparently, he requested Yuno's team to protect him. Turns out, he wanted to apologize for being a jerk to Yuno, but Klaus thinks something's up. Why would a rich guy like this hire magic knights specifically? Suddenly, they run into a group of bandits wanting to attack Salim, so Yuno fights back and thankfully manages to beat them up. But Salim doesn't seem to care much about the bandits, as he immediately asks to tour Yuno's hometown nearby. Klaus warns against this. The bandits could show up again, but of course, Salim insists. There, they visit Yuno's church, and he finally reunites with Sister Lily, father, and the entire group of orphans. And seeing how much they've missed Yuno, Salim then suggests joining them for dinner. Who knew a rich jerk like him would want to have dinner at a rundown church? Suspicious. In the next episode, Yuno, Klaus, Mimosa, and Salim join father and the others for dinner. There, Sister Lily puts on an impressive spread of popped potatoes, which is basically a cheap-ass potato for commoners. And Salim is strangely having a good time. He even offers Sister Lily his cape as she fetches some water. But as she makes her way inside, Sister Lily is suddenly kidnapped by the bandits from last episode. Afterward, Yuno and the others rush outside, Salim claiming they might have mistaken Sister Lily for himself. Sure. And even after Klaus warns Yuno not to go, Yuno leaves to find Sister Lily. Yuno manages to knock the bandits out one by one, and he eventually reaches the one holding Sister Lily hostage. There, the bandit demands Yuno to hand over his 4-leaf grimoire, threatening to kill Sister Lily on the spot. Looks like Yuno's hands are tied. Psych! Klaus shows up, attacking the bandit with his impressive steel magic. I guess Four Eyes here is actually pretty cool. And after beating up the bandit and saving Sister Lily, Yuno wonders why heartless Klaus ended up helping him. Klaus reveals he's been suspicious about Salim this whole time, and apparently, after Yuno left, Mimosa used her truth-telling spell on Salim. Turns out, Salim's goal was to steal Yuno's grimoire this entire time. I guess Salim's still pissed about losing to Yuno. And from far away, we see one of the bandits transform into Julius. Seems like he also followed Yuno's team, and Julius is very impressed by him too. And back home, this earns Yuno's team a star. That's a big win for Yuno. And after this, Klaus is finally starting to like Yuno, at least just a little bit. And later, at the end of the episode, Julius Julius hears about an anomaly in the kingdom, so he has to send a magic knight squad to check it out. I wonder who he'll choose. In the next episode, we start at the Black Bull's hideout, where the gang has settled on naming Asta's anti-bird as Nero, and afterwards, Yami arrives with a new assignment. Apparently, a random dungeon popped up between the Clover Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom. Dungeons are essentially ancient tombs for magic users, and their treasures have been known to change humanity as a whole. Side note, the Diamond Kingdom is the worst enemy of the Clover Kingdom, so Julius wants to get there before the Diamond Kingdom does. And the Wizard King specifically wants Asta to explore it. Hell yeah, he's already in the good graces of the Wizard King. But he's not going alone. Feisty Luck is leading him and Noelle through the dungeon, and with that, they head out for their mission. Pretty quickly after arriving, Luck leads Asta and Noelle to the center of the dungeon, and it looks insanely cool. But they gotta watch out for magic traps. Thankfully though, Asta's anti-magic sword gets rid of them quick enough. Out of nowhere though, using his mana sensing abilities, Luck realizes that there's an intruder in the dungeon. So naturally, he leaves using his lightning magic, forcing Asta and Noelle to explore on their own. And it's actually the first time Asta and Noelle are left alone. And after getting to know him, Noelle starts developing a little crush on him. Good to know. But with her getting distracted, Noelle accidentally steps on a trap, setting off a massive carnivorous plant. It's unfortunately too quick for Asta's sword. Out of nowhere, Yuno's team arrives, saving Asta and Noelle. Turns out they were also told to explore the dungeon. Looks like these two are gonna turn this mission into a competition. In the next episode, we open at the Golden Dawn base, where jealous member Alekdora Sandler questions Vengeance about his choice to send Yuno. Apparently, this guy doesn't trust or like Yuno very much. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon, Klaus, Yuno, and Mimosa get acquainted with Asta and Noelle. There, we find out Mimosa is actually Noelle's cousin, and man, does Noelle hate her. After hearing about the Black Bull's recent star, Klaus also seems to hate Asta. I mean, he practically hates all Black Bull members, specifically commoners, but all this arguing is taking too much time. So, with Mimosa's plant magic, the Golden Dawn squad maps out the dungeon and continues their mission toward the treasure chamber. And after seeing Yuno's new wind magic, Asta's motivated to find the treasure chamber first. Later, Luck reaches another part of the dungeon, where he runs into the Lotus of the Abyss, a well-known mage from the Diamond Kingdom. There, Luck beats up Lotus's underlings. No sweat at all. But as he prepares to fight Lotus one-on-one, Lotus uses black smoke magic for cover. There, Lotus reveals that the Diamond Kingdom is desperate for the dungeon's resources, so he's ready to put up a fight. Luck counters with his crazy speed and lightning magic, but after inhaling too much of Lotus's smoke, Luck becomes instantly weaker, and now he's effed. Meanwhile, Yuno's team arrives at the treasure chamber, but they're suddenly attacked by someone's crystal magic, injuring Mimosa. Looks like that Lotus guy brought backup. And speaking of Lotus, he's about to see a very scary side of Luck. Just wait. In the next episode, we get a sneak peek into Luck's childhood. Apparently, he had a hella abusive mom who only liked him because of his power. Excellent parenting there. So, she desperately wanted to show off that power, encouraging to win against literally anyone. But she'd be happy if he fought alone, with absolutely no help. Damn, no wonder he's kind of a psycho. And back to the battle with Lotus, Luck continues continues to fight like hell, but he's quickly trapped by Lotus's smoke. Meanwhile, Mimosa tries to heal herself with magic, so it's up to Yuno and Klaus to defeat this new psychotic diamond mage called Mars. Klaus then orders Yuno to defend the treasure. I mean, that was the point of the mission, but it's clear Klaus can't handle Mars on his own, and as we catch up with Luck, we see Asta and Noelle arrive out of nowhere. Despite them needing to find the treasure, he's not about to leave his friend alone. Same thing with Yuno. He joins Klaus ready to fight Mars. And even though Asta's there for backup, Luck insists on fighting alone, still wanting to make his mom proud. But after seeing Asta defending him, Luck realizes he can win alongside his team. Screw what his mom said. And with Yuno, he uses dual magic, combining his magic blades and wind into his attack. Goddamn! And he's a freaking beginner! And as Asta, Noelle, and Luck continue to fight Lotus, they have a hard time finding him in all that smoke. To top it all off, Lotus can sense mana, so they can't really make a surprise attack. But thanks to Asta's lack of mana, Noelle and Luck come up with a plan to force Lotus against Asta's anti-magic attack. Genius! And back to Yuno, his badass attacks end up not working, as they're no match for Mars's giant crystal sword attack. Damn, this guy's serious. In the next episode, Lotus realizes he's not gonna win against the Black Bulls. So he runs away on a freaking smoke magic choo-choo train, leaving Mars on his own. And speaking of Mars, Klaus wonders if this guy is a product of the rumored experiments that took place in the Diamond Kingdom. Apparently, it's said that the Diamond Kingdom enhanced powerful children with some type of magic stones. It's also rumored that only one kid survived the experiment after being forced to battle the others to the death, meaning Mars could be the deadliest weapon in the Diamond Kingdom. And he's so damn powerful, he can make freaking crystal clones to fight for him. Holy crap! Klaus and Yuno try to keep up. Thankfully though, Asta joins the fight against Mars. And after Asta manages to hit Mars, Mars starts making way more clones. Yikes! After getting the hang of it, Asta beats Mars with his anti-magic sword. And the good news is, Yuno and Luck take care of all of Mars's crystal clones. Bad news though, it's gonna take a lot more than that to beat Mars. Damn, they were so close. Mars then creates a giant crystal armor that manages to crush Asta. Jeez. But just like Mars, Asta's not going down that easy. So with his remaining strength, Asta gives Mars one last heavy-ass blow, and I'm impressed. In the next episode, Mars is officially captured and tied by Klaus's binding spell, and with everyone finally recovering, Asta, Noelle, Yuno, Luck, Klaus, and Mimosa are ready to enter the treasure chamber. Asta simply slices through the magic door and they're in. Gold and treasure everywhere. I wish that I had some of that for my loans. Dang! Klaus urges them not to touch anything, but by the time Yuno opens a scroll, it's too late. The scroll starts glowing and the writing disappears. Yeah, I guess we'll find out about this later. And suddenly, Klaus realizes that Mars's grimoire is all patched up, almost like a Frankenstein grimoire. And to everyone's surprise, Klaus's binding spell apparently wasn't enough to hold back Mars. He awakens, fully recovered, and now using fire magic. I didn't even know that was possible. Noelle then tries to put out his flames, but she's immediately knocked out. Mars speeds up his attacks too quick for Asta to get him. Mars then spots Mimosa trying to heal Noelle, and since his philosophy is that the weak deserve to die, he goes straight for the girls. And since he managed to trap the others in crystal, well, they're screwed. Somehow though, Nero pops up and lands on a new anti-magic sword known known as the Demon Dweller Sword. Ooh, looks like it was already in the dungeon. And after Noelle gives a quick motivational speech, Asta's new sword somehow draws power from Noelle's mana, helping Asta knock out Mars. But Asta also gets hit in the process, and he's seriously hurt. In the next episode, Asta's kinda basically dying, so Noelle urges Mimosa to step in and heal him instead. And while Mars is unconscious, we finally get a full memory from this Mars guy. Apparently, during the Diamond Kingdom experiment, he befriended a girl named Fauna, and they constantly dreamed of seeing the world together. But when they were forced to battle during the last stages, Fauna had no choice but to attack him, and while defending himself, he ended up killing her instead. That's traumatizing. And since Fauna was pretty damn powerful, the people in charge of the experiment combined her fire magic with his crystal magic to make the Frankenstein grimoire. No wonder he's got two types of magic. And back to the present day, he's ready to strike at Mimosa and Asta, but Yuno's then able to break free from the crystal, and suddenly his magic starts slowing down time. Okay then. And out of nowhere, a tiny green fairy appears. This is Sylph, aka the Wind Spirit. And do you remember the scroll Yuno picked up? Yeah, her spells are now part of his grimoire. This is pretty cool, huh? And thanks to Sylph's magic, Yuno completely destroys Mars's crystal sword, knocking Mars right out of the park. And this all happened so quickly, no one besides Yuno saw what happened. Oh, and I thought he was powerful before. We also see that Asta's new sword becomes part of the Black Clover grimoire, so they both get new skills. Interesting. And with all this fighting, the dungeon starts collapsing. So Yuno uses his wind magic to get everyone out. Asta insists on helping Mars escape, but they're not able to reach him in time, and as they manage to escape, we see Lotus's choo-choo train. Apparently, he was able to sneak around and grab some riches for the Diamond Kingdom. He was also to get Mars out of there. Whew, looks like everyone made it out. Good. And with both Yuno and Asta's teams safe and sound, Klaus takes the time to apologize to Asta and Yuno, admitting he underestimated them. These boys are finally earning the respect that they deserve. In the next episode, Asta wakes up after a week of recovery, and now that he's awake, Yami sends Noelle and Asta to report their dungeon mission to the Knights' headquarters. And on their way there, they run into Yuno, Mimosa, and Klaus. And it's pretty clear that both Mimosa and Noelle have deep crushes for Asta now. Damn, he's winning over ladies left and right. As they reach the headquarters, they finally meet Julius in person. At their meeting, they realize that Julius is a huge magic nerd, excited to review Yuno's new spells. Unfortunately though, Yuno can't seem to control Sylph yet. But after reading Yuno's grimoire, Julius assures Yuno that the Wind Spirit spells will grow with him, making it useful in the future. Asta also shows him his new sword spell, but it's too old even for Julius to read. Julius then tries holding Asta's sword. He suddenly realizes though that these anti-magic swords absorb all magic, making regular mages weak. No wonder Asta's the only one who can use them. And with the little time they have left, Yuno and Asta beg Julius for Wizard King advice. Julius simply says that as long as they get stronger and get results, they'll get far in their journey. Julius then invites both teams to the Distinguished Service Ceremony, where he awards the best ranking knights. We then meet several powerful knights. Spiky-haired Leopold Vermilion from the Crimson Lions, also Mimosa's cousin, strong woman Sol Meran from the Blue Rose Knights, assholes, Solid and Nebra Silva from the Silver Eagles, unexpectedly delicate Heyman Cassius, quiet Shiren Tiam, and Alectora from the Golden Dawn. But right after Julius leaves, Yuno and Asta's teams are freaking bullied by the other knights. They go so far as to call them a disgrace to the Magic Knights. Damn. I mean, it's not like they were invited by the frickin' Wizard King or anything. But when Noelle's jerk siblings humiliate her by pouring a glass of water on her, Asta fights back. Literally. In the next episode, we open on Rades Spirito, a one-eyed freak looking for revenge on the Clover Kingdom, cause apparently he got kicked out. Figured. And with his weird zombie friend and a random cloak guy, I don't know what they're cooking. Meanwhile, Asta is still standing up for his friends, and he's ready to fight these snooty magic knights. But the Silva's water magic and Sandler's sand abilities are no joke. Suddenly, Noelle Silva shows up, and you'd think he'd stop the fight, but no. He joins against Asta, and it's no wonder he's the captain of the Silver Eagles. This guy is not messing around. Asta tries holding his own unsuccessfully. Thankfully though, Fuego Leon Vermilion appears, and he starts defending Asta and the others, reminding Noelle that they were invited by the Wizard King himself. Finally, someone said it! The only one that seems to accept this though is Leopold, aka Fuego Leon's little brother. He even recognizes Asta's power, and Leopold makes him his rival. Right before another fight breaks out against Noelle and Fuego Leon, a messenger comes in. Apparently, the Noble Realm's capital is being attacked by a bunch of zombies. The Magic Knights take too long to act though, so Asta takes the lead and takes off for the city. Following Asta, Fuego Leon takes charge and sends everyone out in teams. We then jump to where Rades is standing, about to attack a little girl, but Asta arrives just in time. In the next episode, while Asta protects the little girl from Rades, the rest of the Magic Knights show off their crazy moves protecting the capital. Meanwhile, Asta uses his anti-magic to destroy all of Rades' zombies. Hell yeah! Rades then summons his secret weapon, a zombie monster named Jimmy. Not a very impressive name, but the thing is, if Jimmy hits ya, his spell prevents your wound from closing. So every time Asta is hit, he's constantly bleeding out. Anything to protect that little girl though. Fuego Leon, Leopold, and Noelle finally arrive at the scene, but Noelle's still too in her head to fight, so Fuego Leon snaps her out of it, telling her to get a grip.
There's no time for that on the battlefield!
And with that, both Noelle and Leopold join Asta, helping Asta defeat Jimmy. But it turns out, Jimmy is not the only zombie monster. Rades then summons Alfred, a zombie with lightning magic. He really needs to find some better names for these monsters. In the next episode, the Alfred monster is pretty damn hard to catch, and as Noelle and Leopold are about to help Asta, Spirito summons yet another monster, a water magic user this time. This one is nameless though, thank God. So as Noelle and Leopold take care of the water magic zombie, Asta continues to fight Alfred alone. But suddenly, Fuego Leon jumps in and completely destroys Alfred. Jesus, he's strong. After apologizing to Asta for interrupting his fight, Fuego Leon insists that Asta take a break to recover. But first, Fuego Leon recognizes Asta's strength, and he also makes Asta his rival. Damn! As he prepares to fight Fuego Leon, Rades reveals the reason for the zombie attack. Apparently, he used used to be a member of the Purple Orcas, but he was kicked out for his highly dangerous wraith magic. And now he wants revenge. Rades then summons his most powerful zombie, Carl. Carl's magic allows him to create a protective barrier while also shooting at Fuego Leon. But thanks to his many years of experience, Fuego Leon easily wins in no time. Meanwhile, the other Magic Knight squads are finishing up the zombie attack. They can't help but notice how easy these fights were. Something bigger's going on here. And suddenly, we spot a mysterious witch on her broomstick. And by simply looking at her, we know it's about to get serious. In the next episode, after Noelle and Leopold defeat the water zombie, Rades is officially defeated. Finally. Fuego Leon then binds him with his flames and takes a closer look at his thin-ass grimoire. Apparently, this loser can only do one spell, meaning he's not powerful enough to try and invade the entire Clover Kingdom. And suddenly, Asta overhears a mysterious voice calling to Rades through an earpiece. Looks like Rades is working for someone. And out of nowhere, this mysterious voice turns out to be a spatial magic user, teleporting the other Magic Knights outside the kingdom. Meanwhile, Catherine, aka the mysterious witch lady, uses her ash magic to somehow harvest people's souls. In other words, she tries sucking the freaking life out of people. Thankfully though, Yuno managed to avoid the spatial magic attack, so he's ready to fight. Back to Fuego Leon, he tries to get more info from Rades, like who the hell is he working for? Rades reveals the truth. This attack was to simply get Fuego Leon by himself, and suddenly, Fuego Leon is thrown into an endless void, using the mysterious spatial magic. What the hell is going on here? Meanwhile, Catherine lands several spells on Yuno, blocking out all of his senses, meaning he can't see, hear, or feel anything anymore. But this turns out to be a good thing. Without his senses to distract him, he awakens a deeper power as a wind mage. Apparently, he can easily sense mana, so finding Catherine is gonna be a piece of cake. And suddenly, he also gains control over Sylph's magic, helping him hit her with one hell of an attack. And to close out the episode, Fuego Leon encounters a familiar face in the void. But of course, we don't get to see that face yet. Damn it! In the next episode, we open on Charmy, who randomly made it to the castle to enjoy the remaining bit of the distinguished ceremony banquet, and she's going ham on it. But Catherine ends up bursting through the wall after Yuno's attack, and since Yuno's wind attack drains all the mana out of her, Catherine turns into an ugly old lady. Yikes! So, she needs more mana quick. So she tries to absorb some from Charmy, but no one gets away from disrupting her lunch. So Charmy uses her cotton magic to summon a huge sheep who absorbs all of Catherine's remaining mana. Damn, I didn't know Charmy was that powerful. And after beating Catherine, Charmy sees Yuno for the first time and immediately falls for him. But she barely gets a word in as Yuno passes out. Yeah, I guess this fight drained everything out of him. We then cut back to Asta's group, where Leopold is demanding Rades return Fuego Leon. But underneath a pile of zombies, Asta finds the real spatial magic user, creepy face Voltos. Apparently, he's been hiding in there and controlling the portals this entire time. Voltos then returns Fuego Leon with his arm ripped off, but since his grimoire hasn't disappeared, Fuego Leon's still alive. So they have to finish this fight and get some help quick. So Asta slices through Rades and Voltos' escape portal. They're not going anywhere. Voltos then calls for backup, and a group of powerful powerful evil mages, including the kinda forgettable Georg and a crazy gel magic user Sally show up. Asta gets ready to fight them, and after healing his endless wounds with his anti-magic, Asta's ready to go. In the next episode, underneath Noelle's sea dragon's nest, Asta and Leopold attack the evil mages. But after one of the mages penetrates the water barrier, he strikes Leopold and Asta, piercing them with tornado needles. They both fall unconscious. Thankfully though, Noelle and the rest of the Magic Knights return to the kingdom just in time, and since Valtos's team is not ready to take on more Magic Knights, they quickly retreat, taking Asta with them. And as they leave, the evil mages call themselves the Eye of the Midnight Sun, a group that'll destroy Clover Kingdom. Sounds like we've got ourselves an official villain group. But with the city in shambles, Noelle lets the Eye of the Midnight Sun go and orders the Magic Knights to protect the rest of the city instead. We then see the Eye of the Midnight Sun teleport to their hideout, where they unexpectedly run into Julius. So that's where he's been all day. And as Asta awakens, Julius uses his powerful time magic to capture every single evil mage. Dang, he makes it look so easy. Julius then spots a random stone tablet filled with magic stones. Julius has no idea what they're planning, but right as he tries to take the stones, another extremely powerful mage shows up, using super powerful light magic. Damn, it's getting serious. In the next episode, Julius tries countering the light mage's power, but unfortunately, the light mage manages to not only escape, but free the other Eye of the Midnight Sun members. All except one, Georg. Suddenly, Marx Francois, Julius's right-hand man, sends him a message, urging him to return to the kingdom. So, back in the kingdom, Fuego is in a serious coma, and Charlotte reveals to Julius that the evil mages took Fuegoleon's pendant. Seems like they added it to their magic stone collection. Meanwhile, Leopold wants revenge for his brother and to get stronger one day to become the Wizard King. Is everyone in this show wanting to be the Wizard King? I mean, there's nothing wrong with setting more achievable goals. So, to remind himself of his promise, Leopold burns a mark on his forehead, just like the one Fuegoleon has. Well, that's commitment. Later, Julius officially declares war on the Eye of the Midnight Sun, and despite telling the kingdom that everything's under control, Julius secretly suspects a traitor within their ranks. I mean, how else would a group of what are basically terrorists get past the Clover Kingdom's defenses? So, to find out, Julius and Marx try to interrogate Catherine and Georg, but it's no use. Apparently, they have a protective spell preventing any type of interrogation. And to top it off, Catherine and Georg are so obsessed with their leader that they're willing to die before revealing his identity. Well, this Eye of the Midnight Sun group is definitely turning out to be some type of cult. Meanwhile, at the new Eye of the Midnight Sun hideout, they're super upset after losing the battle, and it seems like the Light Mage, their elven-looking leader, really took a toll from countering Julius's time magic. His hand aged like 50 years. Damn, Julius's magic spells go hard. But even so, this elf dude is still set on destroying the Clover Kingdom. And finally, at the Black Bull's base, Asta's hyped that the recent battle moved him up to a third-class junior magic knight. And apparently, Charmy also moved up to first-class junior magic knight after her fight with Catherine. Hell yeah! And now that the fight is over, they all deserve a break. In the next episode, the Black Bulls are on a break. So, Finral takes Asta and Luck, with Noelle sneaking up behind them, to a town mixer over in Neon. And once at the mixer, everyone splits up, leaving Noelle all alone. Damn, that sucks. And while Finral and Luck try flirting with some girls, Asta ends up meeting Rebecca Scarlet, who happens to be stubborn and very very protective of her 5 little siblings. Yeah, she's practically their mother, and within minutes, Asta and Rebecca seem to hit it off, and after saving her from some drunk, Rebecca swoons and leads Asta outside, but Noelle gets a little jealous and follows behind them. There, Rebecca coyly asks Asta if he likes anybody. He obviously says yes, remembering Sister Lily, but both Noelle and Rebecca get the wrong idea, thinking that Asta likes Noelle. Well, they're in for a rude awakening. In the next episode, Father and Sister Lily receive letters from Yuno and Asta, noting their new ranks. Apparently, even Yuno is now a first-class junior magic knight. Impressive! And later, at the Black Bull's hideout, it's time for another payday. And since it's their day off, Asta asks Magna to fly him back to Neon to visit Rebecca. This makes Noelle super jealous, so naturally, she secretly tags along. Turns out though, Gauche is also going to Neon, but he's going to visit his beloved little sister Marie. Weirdo. Apparently, Marie is staying and being raised at a church, similar to Asta and Yuno. And speaking of Asta, after meeting up with Rebecca and her siblings, Asta also meets Marie, and they become good friends. But this makes Gauche pissed. He's not just gonna let anyone hang out with Marie. But before Gauche beats the hell out of Asta, Sister Teresa, the strict nun in charge of Marie, takes her away, thinking Gauche is a terrible influence on her. I mean, she kinda has a point. That night, Asta stays over at Rebecca's place, hanging out with her nosy siblings. And later in the middle of the night, Gauche tries attacking Asta in his sleep. I guess he's still mad about him hanging out with Marie. But suddenly, Rebecca shows up, upset that her brother Marco has gone missing. And apparently he's not the only one. Lots of children throughout town left hypnotized in the middle of the night. Even Marie. We then see a white-haired kid using his snow magic to lead them out into the storm. Well, this can't be good. In the next episode, Noelle finally comes out of hiding, especially since now they need help finding the kids. Thankfully, though, Gauche has Marie's exact location, thanks to her carrying one of his magic mirrors. And quick side note, Gauche has mirror magic, allowing him to manipulate mirrors using his mana. It's honestly pretty cool. So with that, Asta, Gauche, and Sister Teresa head out in search of the kids, leaving Noelle to protect the town. Meanwhile, we jump to where the kids are at, inside a large, secluded cave outside the town. And that lonely snow magic kid, yeah, his name is Nij, and he's working with the main kidnapper, Four-Eyed Botto. Apparently, they were hired to kidnap a bunch of kids and extract their mana using some weird machines. Yikes. But when Botto spots Marco, who has very little magic, Botto literally throws him out into the snow. I guess he has no use for poor little Marco. And back in town, Noelle is transmitting a message to the other magic knights, but she only manages to find dumbass Seke. Oh, well. So, as Seke is looking for more reinforcements, Asta, Gauche, and Sister Teresa travel through the snow. There, Asta spots Marco, who's quickly healed by Sister Teresa. Damn! Sister Teresa's power's coming in clutch! And soon after, the group reaches Botto's cave. They manage to find Marie before Botto drains her mana. Some of the kids weren't so lucky though, and God knows if they'll ever get it back. This makes Asta pissed, and now he wants revenge. So he beats the hell out of Botto. In the next episode, while Seke tries getting Yami to Neon, Asta and Gauche team up against Botto and Nij, and there, Gauche shows off some of his insane mirror magic. I didn't know he had that in him. And before Asta can completely destroy Botto's ass, Sister Teresa insists Asta use his anti-magic to rid the children from Nij's hypnosis. Secretly though, Bato uses his mud magic to call for reinforcements. Well, this can't be good. Suddenly, Bato's reinforcements arrive, and it's none other than the gel user Sally. Apparently, these kidnappers are working for the Eyes of the Midnight Sun. I didn't see that one coming. So now, Ghosh and Asta have to battle Sally, and it gets intense, as her gel magic is a little too advanced for them. Not to mention, she's creepy as hell, biting and tasting Asta's blood. Calm down, lady. Sister Teresa then saves Asta by practically melting Sally's gel with her fire magic. We then learn that old Sister Teresa used to be a magic knight, known as the Crimson She-Leopard. She was even Fuegoleon's mentor back in the day. Crazy, huh? It's now clear that Sally's probably gonna lose this fight, so she steps it up a notch, using a dark magic spell on Bato, and Sally turns him into a giant-ass mud monster. Ugh, and I thought he looked ugly before. And instead of sticking around to help Asta and Sister Teresa, Ghosh secretly takes off, leaving the rest of the kids behind. This guy really doesn't give a crap about anyone but Marie. In the next episode, the fight with Sally and mud monster Bato continues, and with Bato's regenerating mud arms, it's hard to destroy these guys and get the kids out. It's clear though that Sister Teresa and Asta are not giving up. Meanwhile, Marie begs Ghosh to return and help Asta, but Ghosh insists that Marie is the only one that matters. He then reminisces on the past. Apparently, after the murder of his parents, Marie was the only thing in his life worth protecting. But after Marie knocks some sense into him, literally, Ghosh drops her off with Marco outside the cave, and he's ready to go back. Back in the cave, Ghosh rejoins the fight, and to prevent Bato from getting the time to regenerate, they have to increase their attacks. So Ghosh uses his magic mirror and glass eye to create a bunch of copies of Asta, allowing them to kill Bato and knock out Sally. Now, they just have to take care of Nij. But since he was honestly just manipulated by Bato, he's kind of also a victim here, only looking to make friends. So Asta agrees to befriend him as long as he takes responsibility for his actions. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Voltos and the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun show up, using light magic to strike Nij in the back. I guess he came to save Sally, and right before the light magic dude can hit Asta, Sister Teresa bravely sacrifices herself. No. And as the light magic dude reveals himself as Licht, we see that he also has a 4-leaf clover on his robe, just like Yuno's Grimnar. Ooh, they must be connected somehow. In the next episode, with her dying breath, Sister Teresa begs Ghosh to care for the children, saying that they're the future of the Clover Kingdom. But Licht doesn't think so. Licht claims he's the future of the Clover Kingdom. Suddenly, Yami and Finral come to the rescue. Finally! Ugh. And it turns out Licht has heard of Yami. Apparently, Yami is known for using dark magic, so this fight is gonna be intense. While Finral uses his spatial magic for the kids to escape, Yami quickly deflects Licht's light magic using his cool-looking katana. Damn! No wonder he's the Black Bull captain. And mid-fight, Yami also starts recognizing Licht, but he can't seem to put his finger on it. Licht then reveals that he's seeking revenge for his village. Apparently, his people were attacked by humans wanting their magic. He also reveals he was the one who hurt Fuegoleon. Oh yeah, now Yami's pissed. And their battle is freaking legendary. Yami is so strong, he manages to land a cut on Licht's face. But while Licht recovers, Yami wants Asta's help, so Yami teaches him a new fighting technique. Apparently, back in Yami's home country, people learn to sense each other's ki, aka a person's unique light energy. And ki is so useful that it can help predict an opponent's movements. That's why Yami can dodge Licht's light magic. And with Valtos still there, Lich orders him to capture Asta. So with his new knowledge of ki, Asta blocks all of Valtos' attacks. He even manages to hurt Valtos. But this makes Lich pissed, to the point of destroying the roof of the cave. Huge rocks come crashing down, burying Yami and Asta, but they emerge from the rubble, ready to continue fighting. In the next episode, it's a showdown between Lich versus Yami and Asta versus Valtos. While Yami takes on Lich, Asta uses Valtos' own magic against him. By using Valtos' open portals, Asta sneaks in a huge sucker punch. Looks like Asta won that fight. While Yami congratulates Asta, Lich uses it as a chance to strike. But Yami's ready for it. Yami absorbs Licht's light magic and reflects it back to him. God damn! Yami's dark magic is no joke. But even after that crazy hit, Licht is ready to go again. Meanwhile, Finral finally brings all the kids back to town. Finally, somewhere warm. And in another room, Sister Teresa fights for her life. That hit from Licht really took it out of her. She then begs Ghosh to go back and finish the fight, so she transfers her remaining mana onto him, giving him an extra energy boost. And right before Licht's final attack, Finral opens a portal for him and Ghosh, and there, using Sister Teresa's mana, Ghosh amplifies his mirror magic, reflecting Licht's light magic. Hell yeah! To finish the episode, we cut to the Eye of the Midnight Sun hideout, where there are more mysterious members. And while Sally's healing in a huge green tank, these mysterious members are about to join their leader. In the next episode, while Rebecca is reunited with her siblings back in Neon, Finral is waiting for his spatial magic to replenish. That's the only way out of this cave. Suddenly, a portal opens, and the mysterious members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun show up. We meet emo-haired Raya, angry strongman Vetto, and wide-eyed Fauna. And these three are the strongest ones out of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, also known as the Third Eye. Damn, these fights just keep getting bigger and bigger. And after Fauna heals Licht with her flame spirit magic, Raya kicks things off by using a hella strong attack using his copy magic, an ability that lets him copy other people's magic. And with Vetto's beast magic, pretty self-explanatory, these two end up breaking Yami's sword. Oof, but a broken sword can't stop Yami. As the Third Eye prepares for a combined attack, more reinforcements arrive. Looks like Seke was able to call Noelle, Charlotte, and Jack the Ripper. Things are hitting the fan! In the next episode, the Magic Knight's battle with the Third Eye is so intense, you can barely see what's happening. But out of nowhere, Yami distracts Licht with an aerial attack, allowing Asta to land a perfect hit on Licht. Nice! But turns out Asta's anti-magic was a little too much for Licht. Apparently, Asta's anti-magic broke a magic seal placed on Licht's powers, keeping his dangerous side in check. Well, they're screwed. And to top it off, Licht gets pissed that Asta's using the Black Clover, claiming its true owner is his master. What the frick is happening? But this broken seal is a big enough deal that the Third Eye freaks out too. So they join forces to use their Trinity sealing spell, taming Licht's magic and knocking him unconscious. And with that, the Third Eye calls it quits, retreating through another portal. Whew, that was close. Back at the Eye of the Midnight Sun hideout, Rades questions the Third Eye about their next move, especially with Georg and Catherine still captured. He even worries about the Clover Kingdom finding out Licht's true identity. Mysterious. Raya then calms him down, deciding to take another mission on his own. I wonder what it could be. In the next episode, Asta's officially back in the Clover Kingdom, and with Nij and Sister Teresa Teresa making a recovery, Rebecca encounters Asta again, thanking him for saving her siblings. And I think she finally lets her feelings for Asta go, but Noelle is still crushing on him. The next day, Yami and Asta are scheduled to join the Magic Knight Captain's meeting. But first, Marx leads Asta down to the Clover Kingdom's secret underground prison, where Julius hopes to use Asta's anti-magic to release Catherine and Georg's memory-protecting spell. That way, Marx can use his memory magic to get them to talk about the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Meanwhile, upstairs, the Magic Knights captains gather for their meeting, and Vengeance arrives a little late, making the rest of the captains suspicious, especially since he hasn't attended any of the recent battles. And speaking of suspicion, Marx then calls the captains down to the prison, where apparently Catherine and Georg have revealed the identity of a traitor within the Magic Knights. Ooh, I'm at the edge of my seat. In the next episode, we find out that the traitor is none other than Gilder Puizat from the Purple Orcas. I told you guys he was sketchy, but instead of proving his innocence with Marx's memory magic, he escapes using his invisibility magic. He even distracts the captains by summoning his invisible army. What a coward, damn! But thanks to Asta's ability to sense ki and his anti-magic, he finds Gilder outside the castle, and with Real Boys Multier's paint magic trap, they capture Gilder immediately. Now, Marx can finally use his memory magic on him. Turns out, Gilder is a major, abusive asshole to his squad members, and after accepting money from the Eye of the Midnight Sun, he helped capture a Clover Kingdom guardian mage, leading to the zombie invasion. And despite this being juicy information, Julius urges the captains to keep Gilder's betrayal a secret. He doesn't want the kingdom to panic, especially if there's another traitor in their ranks. And speaking of traitors, remember how Raya was going on another mission? Well, after the meeting, we find out that he used transformation magic to pose as a Magic Knight's captain. And the worst part is, we don't even know who he pretended to be. Ooh, damn, now I'm hella curious. Later, Julius privately talks to Yami and Asta. Apparently, Catherine and Georg told the truth about the Magic Stone tablet from episode 26. Turns out, the Eye of the Midnight Sun believes that this stone tablet will awaken their most powerful forms, meaning they'll get loads of mana from it. The good news, they're still missing a few stones, so Julius wants to find them before Lick does. And the next magic stone is in a place known as the Underwater Temple. Ooh, fancy. But if I know anything about underwater levels, this is not gonna turn out well. And since the Black Bulls have no ties to snobby rich people, Julius trusts them to complete the mission. And since Yami and Julius have been friends for a long time, Julius trusts no one more. So with that, the Black Bulls are on the case. In the next episode, the Black Bulls head officially to Rockaway Beach, and everyone is so excited that they even accidentally left Gordon behind. Damn, poor Gordon. And since Yami is out gathering intel, the rest of the Black Bulls spend a day on the beach. You know, the mandatory anime beach episode. And later, Yami comes back with the location of the Underwater Temple, and as the name suggests, it's on the ocean floor, surrounded by crazy amounts of mana. And since the mana will decrease during the full moon, they gotta wait a whole week to get there. Meanwhile, Yami puts Noelle in charge of transporting them into the temple using her water magic, of course, but she still can't control her spells. So, Yami encourages her to practice and push past her limits. And later that night, as Asta joins Noelle's practice session, they encounter a mysterious girl sitting in the middle of the beach. In the next episode, Asta and Noelle are mesmerized by the mysterious singer Kahono, a surprisingly talkative 15-year-old who dreams of being a pop idol. Yeah, just like them. She instantly befriends Noelle, and Noelle couldn't be happier. Apparently, she's never been friends with girls her age, so this is a pretty big deal. And Kahono's song magic proves to be pretty damn useful, as she heals Asta's sore muscles. And after learning about Noelle's training, Kahono insists on giving her advice, pointing out that Noelle is a huge overthinker, which may be causing her lack of control. So Kahono recommends relaxing by thinking of a fond memory. But since Noelle grew up with extremely abusive siblings, she has absolutely zero good memories. So the only thing left to do then is practice her ass off. Throughout the week, Kahono supports Noelle's training, but despite her working non-stop, Noelle still can't get a hold of her magic. So on the last day, Asta suggests letting go completely. Maybe that way she can find a way to reel it back. I mean, nothing else has worked, so Noelle gives it a try. And while her water magic goes out of control, Noelle manages to think of an actually good and relaxing memory, being with the Black Bulls. This is enough for Noelle to regain control, helping her form a new spell called Sea Dragon's Lair. She then tries celebrating with Kahono, but apparently Kahono went home already. Something tells me we'll see her again though. In the next episode, we've reached the full moon, and the Black Bulls are ready for their journey to the underwater temple. So, with Noelle's new spell and Asta's anti-magic, they make it easily through the strong mana ocean currents and the temple's magic barrier. There, they meet the weirdly trusting ocean people and their kind of pervy ruler, the High Priest Jifso. And surprisingly, he's willing to give them the magic stone,
So long as they play a game.
So, by using his game magic, Jifso sets up a 9-on-9 battle between the Black Bulls and his fish-masked ocean mages. If the Black Bulls win the majority of the fights, they get the stone. Simple enough. And thus begins the Temple Battle Royale. In the next episode, Yami joins Jifso to watch the Temple Battle Royale, where the Black Bulls start winning right off the bat. So Yami gets pretty cocky, but suddenly, Charmy runs into an unexpectedly powerful ocean mage with a beautiful singing voice. And with her song magic, she instantly knocks Charmy out. That sounds familiar. Meanwhile, Asta runs into another ocean mage, whose dancing completely mesmerizes Asta. The dancing mage, Kyato, then reveals to Asta that if he helps his grandfather win, aka Jifso, he'll be allowed to chase his dreams of becoming an idol. I'm pretty sure I've heard that one already. And speaking of idols, Noelle runs into the singing mage, who turns out to be Kahono. Apparently, she's sisters with Kyato, and Jifso made the same deal with her. So, Kahono is determined to win. Noelle is too, but she's just using defensive spells. So as a friend, Kahono urges her to step up. Noelle realizes she's never had the intent to hurt anyone, so her lack of magic control may actually come from her fear of hurting people. Well, how about that? We then jump to Yami, convincing Jifso to simply give up the magic stone. This whole battle royale is really just a waste of time. Yami even mentions the threat of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, but Jifso doesn't really give a crap about them, I guess. And as Asta continues fighting Kyato, learning a lot about his unique fighting style, Luck and Magna face off against another ocean mage, Geo, who happens to be Jifso's son and the most powerful ocean mage. But in the middle of the fight, Vetto and other members from the Eye of the Midnight Sun show up. Damn! Speak of the devil! In the next episode, Vetto is ready to fight, sending his other Eye of the Midnight Sun minions off into the caves. Geo, Luck, and Magna try standing up to Vetto, but this just gets Geo knocked out. Vetto's beast magic is dangerous, dangerous. Dang. Jifso and Yami watch as Vetto makes his attacks, but because of Jifso's game magic, Yami can't reach the caves or the arena. And to top it off, a bald spatial magic user from the Eye of the Midnight Sun traps Jifso and Yami inside his spell. And since Yami can't get out, looks like the Black Bulls are on their own. So, using Jifso's magic, Yami projects his voice throughout the caves, alerting everyone about Vetto. And since Jifso orders his ocean mages to back up the Black Bulls, Asta and Kyoto team up. Oh, it's on now! Meanwhile, Luck and Magna try fighting Vetto, but despite their efforts, they're not strong enough for Vetto's beast magic. But with Luck's speed and Magna's stubbornness, they are not backing down. Asta and Kyoto then rush towards them, and while they're at it, they share each other's fighting techniques. Asta talks about ki, and Kyoto breaks down his unpredictable attacks thanks to his dancing. This conversation may come in handy one day. And as Magna and Luck combine their powers against Vetto, Asta and Kyoto arrive just in time. In the next episode, Vetto manages to block Luck and Magna's badass attack, and after exerting so much mana, Luck and Magna are unfortunately out for the count. So it's up to Asta and Kyoto to finish the job. Meanwhile, Ghosh runs into another member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, a smiley chain user named Zarek. There, Ghosh also finds and teams up with Gray, who joins by transforming into Ghosh. So, with Gray's transformation and Ghosh's mirror clones, they quickly defeat Zarek. Unfortunately though, this transformation left Gray with very little magic. So, while Gray recoups, they find Charmy passed out from Kahono's song magic. But suddenly, yet another member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, old-looking Zuta, traps Gray and Ghosh with his vine magic, draining the rest of their mana. Thankfully, Ghosh quickly comes up with a plan. Using Gray's remaining magic, they transform a rock into a giant piece of meat. Weird, I know, but this does the trick to wake up hungry Charmy. And thanks to Charmy's cotton magic, she creates a giant sheep monster who attacks the hell out of Zuta. Nice! But after the last transformation spell, Gray's completely out of mana, forcing the unexpected reveal of Gray's true form, a tiny and constantly nervous blue-haired girl. I definitely wasn't expecting that. And back to Asta and Kyoto, they fight Vetto with everything they've got. They put up a good fight, but nothing is getting through to Vetto. Kyoto seriously is losing steam though. Suddenly, during one of Asta's attacks, Vetto grabs and warns him that if he doesn't quit, he'll die soon. But of course, Asta doesn't know when to quit, so he bites Vetto's arm just to prove he's not backing down. And to back him up, Kahono and Noelle finally arrive. In the next episode, as Noelle and Kahono join the fight, Vetto swats Asta like a bug. Yikes! And with Asta now unconscious, it's up to the girls to beat this guy up. So, after catching sight of her brother, Kahono hypes Kyoto up, urging him to get his head back in the game. And with that, they combine her song magic and his dance technique to land some pretty solid hits on Vetto. But again, Vetto is just too strong, leading him to rip off one of Kyoto's legs and practically destroy Kahono's vocal cords. This guy's just an asshole. Damn! And as Vetto holds Kahono cruelly by the hair, ready to finish her off, Noelle finds her inner strength to produce a crazy water attack spell, creating a massive water dragon she calls Sea Dragon's Roar. Holy crap, where was she hiding that? And this attack completely rips off Vetto's arm. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. But Noelle's attack awakens a greater evil inside Vetto. He then recalls being recruited by Licht, and apparently all of Vetto's hate seems to stem from an attack on an Elven wedding. Yeah, I'm gonna need some more explanation on this later. And back to the fight, Vetto's rage gets even worse as he grows a frickin' third eye and gets an insane power boost. He's even able to regrow his entire arm. Jeez, what is this guy made of? And with Noelle's mana now drained, Vetto uses his now enhanced beast magic to attack her, but thankfully, Asta gets up out of nowhere and manages to deflect the strike. Whew, that was close. In the next episode, Noelle reminisces on her grandmother's stories. According to her granny, evil creatures used to threaten humanity, wanting to keep magic to themselves. So, humans, aka the first Wizard King, had no choice but to attack a huge and scary demon in the name of humanity. And for some reason, Vetto reminds Noelle of that evil. Meanwhile, as Asta defends her, Yami continues to struggle escaping the spatial trap. We then catch up with Vanessa, who's trying to reach Asta and Noelle, but of course, she's stuck dealing with another annoying member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Thanks to her magic threads though, Vanessa beats him and manages to steal some of his mana for herself. Certified badass. And back to Asta, it's revealed that Kahono used her last bit of magic to awaken and heal him, so Asta's gotta make her sacrifice count. And after Vanessa and Finral, who's apparently a scaredy cat, join the fight against Vetto, I'm liking these odds. By Vanessa and Finral attaching their spells to Asta, their thread and spatial magic improve his speed and close range attacks. They're practically moving and teleporting him from place to place. Thanks to all that, Asta manages to get a sword slice in on Vetto. That's a start. In the next episode, Asta's sword slice just pissed Vetto off, especially since Asta's anti-magic prevents him from healing. But Asta, Vanessa, and Finral are not slowing down. Well, just kidding. They're starting to get a bit tired, making it easy for Vetto to predict their attacks. This allows him to land a critical hit on Asta. But after seeing this, Yami uses the intercom again. He urges the Black Bulls to push past their limits and improve their attack patterns. And with that, the trio picks up the pace, despite them losing mana by the second. This isn't the last of Yami's inspirational speeches, let me tell ya. Vanessa and Finral reminisce on their past. Thanks to Yami, Vanessa escaped the control of the Queen of Witches, while Finral managed to escape his family trauma. But more on that later, cause now, thanks to Asta, they both get inspired to give this fight everything they've got. And just before their mana drains, Vetto gets hit by Gauche's mirror magic. It's official. Gauche, Charmy, and Gray are finally ready to join the fight. And as Gauche and Gray create hundreds of Asta clones, Charmy backs them up with crazy sheep attacks. Thanks to this, Asta manages a sneak attack, stabbing Vetto through the chest. Score! In the next episode, we find out that Asta's critical hit was actually not so critical. Vetto is still very much alive, and with Asta's sword through his chest, it's the perfect chance for Vetto to steal it and crush Asta's arms in the process. Yeesh. Vetto follows it by expressing his deep hatred for humans, wishing nothing but despair. Okay, buddy, we get it. And even after this, Asta is not giving up. Asta's courage then inspires Gauche and Noelle to rejoin the fight, their mana slowly replenishing. Vanessa then uses her thread magic to make arm slings for Asta. He's ready for round 2. As Asta continues fighting, Vetto is getting more and more concerned. He realizes that Asta sort of feeds off despair. In other words, Asta never loses hope. Vetto goes as far as considering Asta a devil, cause only a devil would continue fighting with broken limbs. And speak of the devil, with Asta's mysterious devilish strength, he hits Vetto with a killer blow, officially winning the fight. Final. But the group takes a little too long to restrain Vetto's body. So, as Vetto reminisces focuses on his and Licht's childhood, he gets back up, getting another insane boost of mana. He threatens to blow up the entire temple, and since the Black Bulls have little to no power left, Yami saves the day by slashing through the spatial magic trap and facing Vetto on his own. Yami then uses his dark magic sword spells, capable of slicing through dimensions, to slice Vetto in two. Jesus Christ! I'm laughing because of how scared I am. In the next episode, Vetto is officially dead. Well, it's about time. So after all that trouble, Yami is ready to claim the magic stone from Jifso. But guess what? The old guy doesn't even know what it is. Jifso was just looking for some people to play his stupid games. Great. Thankfully though, Nero pops out of nowhere with the coveted magic stone. Seems like Nero was on a mission of her own, and since Jifso has no use for it, he lets Yami have it. And to thank them, Jifso offers to also help the Black Bulls recover. Yeah, they've earned it. Meanwhile, at the Eye of the Midnight Sun hideout, they realize Vetto's been killed off, but their mission to collect the stones is still top priority. And back to the Black Bulls, all of the ocean people couldn't be more grateful for their help. They're basically their fan club now. We then see Noelle visit Kahono, apologizing for Kahono's voice. Thanks to her abilities though, Kahono transfers her voice inside Noelle's head, assuring her that this is not the end of her pop star dreams. And after developing a little bit of a crush on Noelle, Kyoto is also inspired to continue his dream, despite him missing a leg. Later, Asta and Nero find Yami paying his respects to Vetto. Asta then empathizes with Vetto, as he must have had a hell of a grudge for wanting to destroy humanity. But again, we'll find out more about this soon enough. And after Finral recovers his mana, he opens a portal for the Black Bulls and their now Eye of the Midnight Sun captives, with the ocean people sending them off with a heartfelt song. In the next episode, the Black Bulls are back at the Clover Kingdom, and they seriously gotta apologize to poor Gordon for leaving him behind. Poor guy. It's also time to report back to Julius. So, Yami takes Finral for transportation, Charmy to deliver the remaining Eye of the Midnight Sun captives, and Asta, cause why the hell not? And at the capital, while Finral flirts with some girls, Yami, Charmy, and Asta take off to meet with Julius, who praises them for their hard work. But in other news, Marx interrupts the meeting because of an unexpected invasion. Apparently, a Diamond Kingdom army is closing in on a bordering town, Chiton, and it looks like they're being led by 3 of the 8 shining generals of the Diamond Kingdom, aka the Diamond Kingdom's most powerful mages: snarky lightning mage Lagus, strong man clay mage Brox, and old rockstar looking mucus magic user Yagos. And after crossing Clover's defensive barrier, the Clover Kingdom's officially under attack. Thankfully though, the Golden Dawn shows up as reinforcements, and it seems like all their members' powers, especially Yuno's, have improved. He even has full communication to the Wind Spirit Sylph. You know, the tiny little green fairy. Yeah, she's Yuno's sassy sidekick now. Yami then urges Julius to send him to Chiton, but Julius wants him to defend the capital just in case. But Asta, despite his broken arms, desperately wants to go. And with Charmy promising to take care of him, Yami allows it. They just gotta find Finral to help them reach Chiton ASAP. Kicking off the next season, Yuno is basically showing off how strong he is by taking on the 3 shining generals. And do you remember General Lotus? Yeah, he's there too, but he's a coward, like always, mainly watching the battle unfold. And as Yuno takes on Lagus's lightning, Langris, Finral's spoiled younger half-brother, takes on Yagos's mucus magic. And Langris is such a strong spatial magic user, he rips through Yagos's spell easily. Unfortunately though, he's pretty damn reckless, not giving a crap about destroying buildings in the process. He's kind kind of a jerk. Then, Vengeance takes over by using his world tree magic, forming gigantic trees to protect the city and trapping the Diamond Kingdom mages. Mask aside, he's pretty damn awesome. And after defeating Langris, Yuno meets up with Asta, mainly because Asta can't be trusted alone with 2 broken arms. And later, we see that Vengeance takes on Brachos, and let's just say it's a pretty quick fight thanks to Vengeance's tree magic. And as Lotus tries sneaking up on Vengeance, Yami shows up, and after realizing he's bound to lose, Lotus runs away, just like last time. This leaves Yami alone with Vengeance, and since Yami still suspects something of him, Yami confronts him, insisting for him to take off his stupid mask. I mean, he kinda looks like Licht, so I get it. In the next episode, while Asta and even Charmy catch up, Finral meets Yuno, which leads to Langris showing up, and immediately he starts bullying Finral. Asta obviously tries to stand up to him, but Finral's pretty used to it at this point, at least until Langris starts making fun of the Black Bulls, and that's where Finral draws the line. But suddenly, Yagos shows up again. I guess Langris's spatial magic wasn't enough. This time though, Yagos traps hostages inside his mucus barrier. God, that sounds gross. So to stop him, Langris is seconds from using his destructive spell again. Dang, this guy doesn't give a crap about anyone. So instead, Asta, Charmy, and Finral take over, defeat Yagos, and release the hostages without any casualties. And can we just appreciate Asta wielding his sword with his friggin' teeth? Classic Asta! Later, Yami demands Vengeance to take off his mask, and when he does, we see that he has a nasty curse mark across his face, probably since birth. Apparently, when Vengeance was a kid, he was the bastard of a noble man. When he turned 8, his father started accepting him as the sole heir of the family, but this didn't stop his stepmother from being an asshole to him. Eventually, Julius found him and became curious of his world tree magic, encouraging him to one day join the Magic Knights. Julius was even the one to give him the silly mask. I mean, I guess it's the thought that counts. Yami ends up believing Vengeance, thinking his likeness to Licht is just an unfortunate coincidence. But of course, Yami's still gonna keep an eye on him. And after the Black Bulls take off, Yuno is left alone with Langris, who continues to be a complete douchebag. He bullies Yuno about his friendship with Asta, but Yuno puts a stop to it, saying that he and Asta are competing to be the Wizard King. Langris laughs his ass off. When Yuno shares that he wants to be the leader of the Golden Dawn first, though, Langris grows from happy to pissed. Looks like Yuno just earned a new rival. Meanwhile, as Marx reports about the Diamond Kingdom attack, Julius wonders why they sent such a puny attack on them. It is a fair question. We then jump to the Diamond Kingdom, where they're looking to replace the current 8 Shining Generals with their younger and enhanced mages, all similar to Mars. Uh-oh. In the next episode, Yami takes Asta to Owen, the best healing mage in the entire Clover Kingdom, and by using his jellyfish healing magic, he starts working on Asta's arms. But then, Owen delivers some bad news in private, and it looks pretty serious. The only ones that heard were Asta and Finral, who accidentally and secretly overheard everything. Despite this, Asta fakes being happy the rest of the day, which completely throws off the Black Bulls. Finral reveals to them that Owen wasn't able to heal Asta. Apparently, Vetto managed to curse Asta's shattered bones using ancient hex magic, meaning unless someone can get rid of this curse, he'll never hold a sword again. Damn. So that night, the Black Bulls spy on Asta, who's, despite being depressed, not giving up on his Wizard King dream. This inspires the rest of the Black Bulls to set out on individual journeys to find a cure. Magna and Luck head out to a dungeon. Gauche and Gordon study hexes at the Royal Library, while Charmy and Gray set out for anti-curse ingredients. After hearing about their efforts, Asta even gets emotional. He's never had this many caring friends. We also learn that Vanessa set out on a mysterious journey to also find a curse, but we'll talk about this in due time. Meanwhile, Noelle also goes on a journey, forcing Finral to go with her. She meets up with an old friend who happens to be a red-headed nudist of all people. Don't worry, I'll explain. In the next episode, we learn this guy is none other than Fonzel Kruger, aka Zell, a talented swordsman who apparently mentored Asta. So, 5 months before the Magic Knight's exam, he happened to, nakedly, run into Asta in the forest. And after Asta saves him from a wild boar, Zell invites him to his secluded cabin in the woods. Not suspicious at all. After finally putting some clothes on, Asta questions Zell about him living so isolated. Zell reveals he's waiting for someone, who we'll definitely talk about later, and after getting to know each other, Zell offers to train Asta, allowing him to stay over at the cabin. The next morning, Zell teaches him some sword techniques he's learned through his wind magic spells, and just like that, Asta scored a mentor. Days later, Zell reveals that he used to be a teacher with many talented students, one of which arrives a few days later, an emo girl named Mariella. Apparently, Zell sent her out to look for his fiancé, the person he's been waiting for this entire time. Turns out, Zell and his fiancée, Dominante, aka Domina, helped train a group of talented children for the Diamond Kingdom. But after realizing how terribly they treated these kids, Zell and Domina ran away, forcing the Diamond Kingdom to send out an assassin after them. Zell and Domina eventually split up as they fled to the Clover Kingdom. Thankfully, some of their students, like Mariella, followed their example, but Domina has been missing ever since. Unfortunately, Mariella brings horrible news. She recently found Domina's wand surrounded by unidentified blood. Not good. Later, Mariella tries to soothe Zell, but she reveals to be working for the Diamond Kingdom as a bunch of soldiers show up. Apparently, her life got screwed up after running away with Zell and Domina, meaning she was the only student not caught and killed by the Diamond Kingdom. So, to save herself, she started doing the Diamond Kingdom's dirty work, and she's been tasked with retrieving Zell, forcing him to continue training the Diamond Kingdom's most promising weapon. Did you guess who? Yep, that's right, it's Mars! Well, isn't that a full circle moment? Suddenly, Asta thankfully arrives, allowing him and Zell to attack. After being forced to retreat though, Mariella promises to return soon enough. And after all that mess, Zell sets out on his own to look for Domina. Yeah, he wasn't convinced by Mariella's probably fake report, so he bids Asta farewell for now. In the next episode, we open on yet another flashback. Sometime after the Black Bull's dungeon mission, Noelle ran into Zell while training in the woods, but he was butt-ass naked. And with everyone thinking he was some kind of perv, the Black Bulls were ready to kill him. Thankfully, though, Asta recognized him. Zell explains that he was curious about Noelle's wand, thinking it was crafted by Domina, and lo and behold, it was. So, Vanessa and Noelle plan to take him to the Clover Kingdom's black market where they originally bought it. And suddenly, the Black Bull's hideout falls under attack. Turns out, a group of Diamond Kingdom assassins led by a jerk spatial magic user Galeo and Mariella followed Zell to this spot. After insisting this attack is a good idea, Mariella books it out of there. But this obviously pisses off the Black Bulls. So after attacking the soldiers, Gray transforms into Zell, allowing the squad to trick and defeat the Diamond Kingdom soldiers. Well, that ended quickly. Meanwhile, Finral transports Zell, Asta, and Noelle to find Domina at the black market. He is finally reunited with his loving wife, and out of nowhere, Mariella shows up, but turns out she comes in peace. She's apparently now working against the Diamond Kingdom, hence her letting them get attacked by the Black Bulls. She even gives Zell a map to escape the assassins. Seems like meeting Asta all those months ago inspired her to lead a better life. Unfortunately though, Galileo pops up. I guess he managed to escape the Black Bulls. So Zell, Asta, and Mariella take him on, and they enter a spell Galileo calls his unopening red room, where they're immediately attacked by his magic soldiers. Pretty quickly though, the trio finally defeats Galileo once and for all. And with Yami promising to keep this encounter with the Diamond Kingdom a secret, Zell, Domina, and Mariella go into hiding, hoping to one day see Asta and the others again. We then jump to the present day, where Noelle asks Zell and Domina if they know anything about hex magic. Asta's arms depend on it. Domina then mentions that the only place that could help them is the mysterious and dangerous Witch's Forest. And what a coincidence! 'Cause Vanessa also seems to be heading that way. In the next episode, Domina explains that the infamous Witch's Forest is where all the witches learn everything from hex to spirit magic. No boys allowed. And since Vanessa and Domina are witches, they obviously knew all about this place. The group theorizes that Vanessa must want to ask for the Queen of Witches to break the curse on Asta. But since Vanessa escaped and abandoned the Queen's Forest years ago, she may not escape afterwards. So it looks like they gotta help Vanessa out. So after picking up Asta, Noelle, Domina, Finral, and Mariella hurry to the Witch's Forest. There, Domina uses her new witchy invention that she calls her invisibility cloak. That way, they can avoid the cute but deadly security golems. But after Asta, Finral, and Zell's cloak comes off, they immediately trigger the alarm. Thanks to Finral's magic though, they manage to quickly make it to the Queen's palace. But there, they see a giant hole in the wall, finding out that the evil Queen of Witches actually attacked Vanessa. Apparently, the Queen is pissed that Vanessa left, preventing Vanessa, her daughter, from perfecting her magic. The Queen also mentions Vanessa's outrageous request to become her slave in exchange for Asta's cure. So basically, the Queen's throwing a huge temper tantrum. Talk about bad parenting. This pisses off Asta. But before a fight breaks out, the Queen uses her fortune-telling abilities to warn him of their possible fate. If they fight her, the Black Bulls are destined to lose. They're also suddenly interrupted by the Queen sensing an incoming threat. Apparently, Fauna is back, and she's leading an invasion to the Witch's Forest. Well, that's just perfect timing. In the next episode, we see Fauna followed by a group of Eye of the Midnight Sun members, and her second-in-command douchebag Shidan, who explains that another magic stone is hidden somewhere inside the Witch's Forest, and with Fauna using one of her 4 great spirits, Flame Spirit Salamander, she tries burning the entire forest. Suddenly, the Queen sees yet another group coming, the Diamond Kingdom, led by Mars. Yup. He's back, and this time he's got a blonde narcissist named Ladros for backup. Well, this just keeps getting better and better. And back to the castle, Vanessa awakens, realizing that Asta and the others are there. And even though she keeps promising to give up her freedom for Asta's cure, Asta simply won't allow it. But since the forest is under attack, Noelle and the others try convincing the Queen to cure Asta. That way he can defend her land. The Queen surprisingly agrees, so she uses her powerful blood magic to rid Asta of the hex magic. But by doing so, she secretly vows that Asta and Vanessa's lives now belong to her. But that's a topic for another episode. So now that Asta's cured, the group splits up. Asta, Vanessa, Finral, and Noelle fight against Fauna, while Zell, Domina, and Mariella take care of the Diamond Kingdom. The groups also do their best to evacuate fight everyone from Fauna's fires, but the fires are just way too strong to put out. After Vanessa takes down Shidan and his soldiers, Asta uses Finral's portals to take down Fauna, but since she's still pretty pissed about Vetto's death, she's not backing down. In the next episode, the fight with Fauna is getting pretty intense, as Salamander attacks non-stop, but thankfully, Asta's sword gives them an advantage. But of course, the sweet, kind-hearted Asta believes he can take Fauna out of her rage. But nope, she seriously hates humans. We then see her reminiscing on her childhood memories, where Licht allows 2 humans to join the elves, and one of them even got knocked up by Licht, creating a half-human, half-elf that could bring both tribes together. Romeo and Juliet who? But one day, the elf tribe was attacked, and everyone blamed this betrayal on the humans. Wow, no wonder she's bitter as hell. And back to the present, Fauna's rage leads her to grow a 3rd eye, kind of similar to Vetto's, and this makes her and Salamander even more powerful. Plus, she's also starting to use crystal magic. Damn, the Black Bulls are in for it now. And with the hot air now becoming unbearable, Noelle protects the group using her water magic. Unfortunately though, it's still no match for Salamander yet, so the group tries flying away. But since Noelle's water magic is literally their only hope, it's up to her to do some damage. So after getting a boost of confidence, she uses her Sea Dragon's Roar spell, and it's thankfully enough to wound Salamander. Hell yeah! But the fight is far from over. Fauna starts using crystal magic against the group, making Asta realize that this chick has the similar powers as Mars. Interesting. He then questions Fauna if she ever knew Mars, and this throws her off. Fauna's convinced that Licht and the elves are her only friends. With her distracted, Asta uses a new special move, where he, thanks to Finral and Vanessa, spirals his sword into Fauna, finally landing a critical hit on Salamander. In the next episode, we see Zell reaching the Diamond Kingdom's army, where he recognizes Mars and Ladros as his old students. But Ladros' powers are completely unknown to Zell. Anyway, Zell demands the reason for the attack. Ladros explains that the Diamond King is dying, and since the Queen of Witches has lived for hundreds of years, they're tasked to find out how through any means necessary. And since the Eye of the Midnight Sun is attacking the forest too, it seemed like the perfect time for the Diamond Kingdom to strike. Thankfully, the Diamond Kingdom soldiers are no match for Zell. And while Mariella and Domina gather the other witches for help, Zell reminisces on being Mars's and Ladros' teacher, teaching them to always use their powers for good. I guess that lesson didn't seep in. And speaking of which, Zell tries taking out Ladros, remembering him as the weakest. But it turns out that thanks to the Diamond Kingdom experiments, Ladros gained the power of mana absorption and emission, meaning that whatever mana he receives, he can shoot it right back with his million lasers attack. And it's so powerful, he can reach targets from miles away. So instead of protecting himself, Zell rushes to Domina, but this just motivates bloodthirsty Ladros to threaten Domina's life. Classic villain. Suddenly, Mars arrives just in time to protect Domina, as their mission was never to kill anyone. Looks like he's finally remembering Zell's teachings. But since Mars is unwilling to hurt Domina and Zell, aka traitors of the Diamond Kingdom, Ladros considers Mars a traitor as well. And after Ladros absorbs Mariella's sneak attack, Mars quickly knocks him out, allowing him, Zell, Domina, and Mariella to fly away. And before Ladros catches up, Mars states that the only way to defeat Ladros is to abuse his absorption magic, meaning they gotta get him to absorb hella amounts of mana, or they can take him out using good old anti-magic. So they fly towards Asta, luring Ladros behind them. In the next episode, Ladros follows close behind Mars and Zell, who manage to reach Asta's fight with Fauna, and just as they arrive, Fauna uses Salamander salamander to cast a giant fireball. Zell then orders Asta to deflect it using his sword, aiming directly towards Zell. And thanks to Zell's wind magic, he redirects the fireball toward Ladros, who can't seem to handle Salamander's mana. So with that, he's finally out of the game, landing somewhere deep in the forest. After that, Asta finally accepts Mars as a good guy when suddenly Mars recognizes Fauna. You remember that girl that Mars had to kill during the Diamond Kingdom experiments? Yeah, this is the same Fauna. Bad news is, she doesn't remember who Mars is. That weird third eye thingy must be doing something to her. And with all her rage and confusion, Fauna activates a self-destruction spell, just like Vetto's. Mars and Asta are forced to team up to stop her, using Mars's recovery magic to keep him and Asta safe. And while the others stay put to support them, Asta manages to cut Fauna with his anti-magic sword, immediately stopping her self-destruction. But as she's ready to fight again, Mars suddenly hugs her, apologizing for hurting her in the past. And thanks to that, all her memories come back and her third eye disappears. Looks like these buddies are reunited. In the next episode, Fauna tries remembering how the hell she's even alive. Apparently, a Diamond Kingdom madman named Morris led the experiments on kids like Fauna, Mars, and Ladros. And after Mars killed off Fauna and somehow managed to survive, he didn't want to throw her cool flame magic away, so he embedded her head with something called a mage stone. But since this dumbass experiment failed, Licht arrived and saw potential and reincarnated an elf using Fauna's body. Ever since then, Fauna's had no control over her body. The only thing she remembers is her mission to find the magic stone inside the witch's forest. God knows where it is now. At least we're finally getting some answers. Mid-conversation though, Ladros shows up again, attacking everyone with his million lasers. Damn, I thought this guy was dead already. Turns out he managed not only to emit Salamander's intense mana, but slowly reabsorb it. So now he's got hella amounts of power at his disposal. The thing is, everyone is tapped out of mana after the fight with Fauna. Plus, Mars is tapped out from protecting Fauna from the laser attack. So, surprise, surprise, Asta has to take on Ladros. And seeing that he has no magic either, Ladros tries to corrupt Asta, urging him to join the dark side. But Asta's better than that, obviously, so Ladros attacks him with his million lasers again. Asta manages to stab Ladros with his anti-magic sword, draining all of Ladros's power. But with his last bit of strength, Ladros yanks out the sword and moves on to threaten Mars, who's basically unconscious after the previous fight. This causes Fauna to use her flame spirit magic, allowing Ladros to absorb crazy amounts of mana again. Suddenly, Ladros lands a critical hit on Asta. Oh, come on, not like this, Asta! We then jump to the queen, who's been watching the entire fight, and apparently, side effects from her blood magic are about to kick in on Asta. And out of nowhere, Asta is engulfed with anti-magic, creating a dark, devil-like version of himself known as Black Asta. Well, now I'm excited. In the next episode, Asta wakes up in some kind of red void, his body slowly taken over by what looks like an anti-magic devil. And like all devils, he desperately wants to possess Asta, claiming that it's the only way for him to win. But Asta refuses to give in, at least not entirely, hence Black Asta. So, with his dark form, Asta fights Ladros like crazy. Not even the animators can keep up. While overseeing the fight, the Queen of Witches comments that thanks to her blood magic, she basically opened the lid for these devilish powers, and after a powerful sword slash, Ladros is finally defeated, draining him of all his fake magic and turning him into a dry old man. Too bad, I guess. But this fight awakened a nicer and more inspired version of Ladros. Seems like him and Mars are joining the good guys. Now that the fight's over, Asta's dark form settles down, but it took a physical toll, so he's gonna be in pain for a while. And as the queen arrives, Asta assures her that both threats to the forest were defeated, and in return, he kindly asks her to heal everybody. But instead, she shows her true colors and traps everyone besides Asta with her blood magic. And remember how she said she practically claimed ownership of Asta after healing him? Yeah. Turns out she can basically control him like a freaking puppet. So she orders Asta to kill everyone. Damn, talk about a plot twist. In the next episode, the queen is seconds away from ordering Asta to kill Noelle. Thank God that Asta is hard to control, but damn is he having a hard time. Vanessa then begs the queen to stop, volunteering yet again to be her eternal slave in return. But since the queen still wants to punish Vanessa for leaving her, the queen's ready to kill all her friends. What kind of mother is she? Jeez. Suddenly, Vanessa reminisces on her childhood, being trapped in an actual cage by the queen. Apparently, the queen had a vision where Vanessa's thread magic would be life-changing. So, she forced Vanessa to figure it out on her own. Classic parenting, am I right? One day, after years of going practically crazy, Yami somehow breaks into the witch's forest and crashes into Vanessa's tower. They get to talking about fate and Yami's belief that one can take control of their future. This inspires Vanessa, helping her escape the queen and join the Black Bulls. And back to the present, Vanessa basically tells off her mother, claiming that the Black Bulls are her real family, and because of her desperately wanting to save her friends, she suddenly creates a new spell called the Red Thread of Fate. It casts an adorable red cat named Rouge that changes the fate of the people it touches. And at first, it's not that impressive, until Rouge forces mind-controlled Asta to save his targets. This pisses off the queen, and she tries getting Asta to kill it, but it seems like Rouge is indestructible. Even as the queen tries getting control of Vanessa, Rouge just keeps switching up her future. In other words, Vanessa's definitely winning this fight. In the next episode, we open on the queen remembering when Vanessa was a little girl, and it looks like she actually cared for her. I guess the queen got a little too hung up on Vanessa's potential that she forgot to be a good mom. Goddamn! The queen realizes that Vanessa basically needed a lovable family to spark the badass fate spell. Who knew unconditional love was so important? So, she lets Vanessa do whatever she wants from now on. And healing everyone, the group meets back at the queen's castle, where Zell asks the queen about the famous magic stone. The queen, who apparently was using it as a freaking earring, explains that it's technically useless. Only a member of the elf tribe can use it to its full potential. So, she then proceeds with a quick story time. Hundreds of years ago, the elves lived where the current Forsaken Realm is, but they were later killed off by a group of humans. You know, typical human stuff. She explains that Fauna's third eye is a forbidden spell used by elves possessing huge amounts of mana. And do you know what else is a forbidden spell from the elves? The ancient demon killed by the first wizard king. I know, right? According to the queen, this demon was summoned by the leader of the elf clan. And to top it all off, she reveals that Asta's anti-magic grimoire is the only thing surviving from the elf leader himself. Wow, that's a lot to take in. And after all this lore, it's time for Mars and Ladros to head back to the Diamond Kingdom. With them now having medicine from the Queen of Witches, Mars Julius hopes to appease the dying Diamond King and stop Morris's evil experiments. And after promising to make the Diamond Kingdom peaceful again, Mars leaves with Fauna and Zell, hoping to one day reunite with her. Aww. And it looks like him and Asta are buddies now. Who would have thunked it? And as Asta, Finral, Noelle, and Vanessa return to the Black Bull's hideout, we see that everyone is starting to get back from their individual missions. And it looks like they've been through hell and back trying to find a cure for Asta. Wow, they really went above and beyond. But since Asta's all healed now, it's time to party! Oh yeah! Woo woo! In the next episode, Yami finally hands over the Queen's Magic Stone to Julius. He then reveals to Yami that he's finally found the hideout of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Oh, looks like things are starting to heat up! In the next episode, it's time for the Clover Kingdom's annual Star Awards Festival, where the Magic Knights are awarded their stars for the entire capital to see. And since it's pretty much a competition, it's a pretty big deal among the Magic Knights. But since the Black Bulls always get last place, the Black Bulls just use it as an excuse to have fun. So, Asta invites Kahono and Kiato to join them, and with this being their first time past the shore, they are super excited. There, Asta gives them a special gift. Apparently, he got a special healing potion from the Queen of Witches, healing both Kahono's voice and Kiato's leg completely. Now they can definitely become idols. And later, Kahono takes this opportunity to force Noelle into revealing her feelings for Asta. But no matter what Kahono does, Noelle is too stubborn and shy to say anything. So instead, Kahono asks Asta how he feels about Noelle. And while he thinks about it, Noelle not only comforts and helps a little commoner girl find her family, she stands up to the judgy upper class. And for someone who used to be a part of the upper class herself, this is a pretty big step for Noelle. And after seeing that, Asta proclaims he likes Noelle, but probably not the way she thinks, cause he still has the hots for Sister Lily, obviously. In the next episode, we are still at the Star Awards Festival, and every single guy is drooling over a hot blonde. But as Asta gets closer and sees her use briar magic, he realizes it's Charlotte Rosalie, the Blue Rose Captain. I guess she's pretty hard to recognize with a dress on. And as her squad member Sol forces her to try on a new dress, Yami shows up. With Charlotte having a big crush on him, she absolutely panics. At the same time though, Vanessa invites Yami over for a few drinks, and pretty soon they're both fighting for his attention, leading to them having a cosplay and drinking contest. But clueless Yami doesn't know what the hell's gotten into them. Charlotte then reminisces on her childhood. Apparently, she was cursed from a young age, unable to break the curse. And because of that, she never cared to have friends, let alone a boyfriend. But one day, on her 18th birthday, her curse went haywire, destroying her entire family home. But when Yami shows up to help, he not only encourages her to use her incredible powers for the Magic Knights, but she also falls madly in love with him, and this somehow manages to break the curse. Classic love trope. And back to the present day, all these contests proved to be a little too distracting. With Charlotte now completely hammered, she and Yami seem to be running late to the Star Awards ceremony. Oh well. In the next episode, Julius finally announces which squad earned the most stars. We also get to meet the new captains, Myrliona Vermilion of the Crimson Lions and Kaiser Granvorka of the Purple Orcas. Nice. And later, surprise surprise, Julius crowns the Golden Dawn with first place, earning 125 in total. Apparently, Yuno helped them earn the majority. Yeah, that's to be expected. But you know what is a surprise? The Black Bulls got second place with 101 stars. Yami throws Asta on stage as he earned the majority as well. Wow, good job, guys! But when a jealous, dumbass Seke points out that both Asta and Yuno are commoners, the entire capital starts hating on them. But after they show off their wind and sword moves, that shuts everyone right up. Julius then urges people to not doubt their skills based on class, inspiring acceptance within the city. Oh, hell yeah, took them long enough. And after all the stars are awarded, we get a speech from the idiot ruler with anger issues of the Clover Kingdom, Augustus Kira Clover the 13th. Yeah, whatever. I mean, everyone knows that Julius is the real ruler of Clover anyway, but to boost up his popularity, the king announces that he himself found the Eye of the Midnight Sun's hideout. Leave it to this guy to take credit for Julius's work. Ugh, sorry, I just really hate this guy. Anyway, to invade the hideout, he and Julius have to select a group of royal knights, aka the best of the best magic knights. But when Asta says what we're literally all thinking,
Why's the king picking people, though? Shouldn't the Wizard King handle all that stuff?
the king officially has it out for Asta and Yuno. Later, Julius talks to Asta and Yuno privately, assuring them that despite the king's stupid opinions, they still have a shot at being selected for the Royal Knights. But if they don't pass the exam, they just gotta keep on training. And with Asta and Yuno, they run into Metalliona, yelling at her team for not earning enough stars. From the sound of it, she hates slackers. Yikes. In the next episode, Metalliona is pissed that the Crimson Lions got 5th place in the stars competition. So, she plans to whip her squad back into shape. And after catching sight of Asta, Yuno, Yami, Charlotte, Sol, and Noelle, they're forced to tag along to the Crimson Lion endurance training. And when she mentions it being at a hot spring, it doesn't sound too bad. Psych! To get to the hot spring, they gotta cross the ultimate volcano mountain trial, which is not only a grand magic zone, it's basically hell on earth. And the heat is so intense, everyone is forced to use and learn mana skin, a technique to protect one's entire body using their mana as a shield. And since Noelle still has trouble controlling her mana, she feels completely defeated. But when Metalliona motivates Noelle to be like her mom, the late badass Asier Silva, Noelle gets her head back in the game. And if you want to learn more about her, stick around. Meanwhile, Asta is also ready to quit, especially since he can't even produce mana skin. But after Metalliona paints him out to be a coward if he leaves, Asta's endless motivation comes right on back. In the next episode, we are still at the Ultime Volcano Mountain trial, and Asta figures out that by sensing his own ki, he can tap into the anti-magic from his sword and spread it throughout his body. Yeah, it's that simple. But the dumbass still can't control it very well, which is why he flies all the way to the end of the trail. And even though this trip was a training exercise for the Crimson Lions, everyone managed to learn mana skin. Too bad the Crimson Lions came in last. Yikes. And now everyone's off to the hot springs, because it's not an anime without the mandatory hot springs episode, am I right? In the next episode, we open on the snobby vice captain of the Purple Orcas, Xerx Lugner, along with his fanboy bodyguard, and they're being provoked by a red-haired masked guy with, what is that, shark teeth? Yeah, pretty intense look. And after what looks like a pretty quick battle, the shark teeth guy beats up Xerx, allowing him to take his Purple Orca robe. We'll definitely see him again again. Later, it's time for the Royal Knight's exam, where Asta meets up with Mimosa, Klaus, and Yuno, obviously. We also see that Magna, Luck, and Finral, with a new hairdo, are taking the exam. And all the Black Bulls, besides Yami, are there to support them. And speaking of Black Bulls, Noelle is ready for the exam as well, but she encounters her pissy older brother Solid, whose MO is to embarrass her all the time. Typical. We then start the exams, run by Julius and crappy King Clover, and they announce that the exams will be tournament style, meaning the contestants will be split into groups of 3, tasked with protecting their individual crystals during battle. Whichever team destroys their opponent's crystal gets to move on to the next round. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the shark teeth guy shows up, getting a little too close to Julius, and after being a disrespectful asshole, he takes Zerx Lugner's identity. And even though Julius seems a little suspicious, he lets this poser attend the exam. And later, after the teams are selected, we move on to the tournament. The first team to go is Asta, Mimosa, and Shark Teeth Zerx. In the next episode, Asta's team has to battle 3 other highly ranked magic knights, so they gotta take this very seriously. But even after their crystals get hit, Zerx couldn't give a crap. He even falls asleep. So I guess it's up to Mimosa and Asta to win this fight. Using her plant magic, Mimosa uses her flower guidepost to find and track down the other team. Nice! And since they can't trust Zerx to protect the crystal, Mimosa has to drag it with her. At first, Asta and Mimosa hold out pretty well, but as they near the other team's crystal, Asta accidentally steps on a magic trap, paralyzing him on the spot. And with Mimosa having little time to think, the other team attacks them from all sides. There's literally nowhere to run. But suddenly, other spells around her are activated, reflecting all the other team's spells. As Zerx finally shows up, he reveals that he set up those traps with his ash magic. And after boasting to the opposite team, he proceeds to obliterate the enemy's crystal. Asta's team wins this round, but Asta's not too happy about it. He really wanted to win as a team. And the next battle is Magna's team, which includes Sol and some snobby pretty guy named Kirsch, aka the vice captain of the Coral Peacocks and Mimosa's brother. And trust me, they are nothing alike. In the next episode, we get to meet Kirsch's hella annoying personality. And to sum it up, he's a rich asshole who finds everyone but himself ugly. Go figure. Even Mimosa hates him. But during the Royal Knight's exam, he proves to be a pretty talented mage, giving useful tips to Magna and Sol. We also experience his cherry blossom magic, with his beautiful cherry blossom blizzard blocking the entire arena. Ooh, fancy. And thanks to him, Magna and Sol smash the opponent's crystal. Dang. Too bad he sucks. After that, Finral is up, accompanied by the aggressive Leopold and the graceful Hamon Cassius. Yeah, it's an interesting mix. So, Finral steps up as the leader, using his spatial magic to increase his teammates' mobility on the battlefield. And after winning their match, everyone's pretty impressed by Finral's skills. I think it's safe to say people are changing their minds about the Black Bulls. Next up, we've got Langris's team, which includes Fragile, a quiet snow magic user, and our favorite side character, Seke. And unlike the other teams, Langris uses Seke's flying motorbike to attack head-on. Remember how he's pretty aggressive toward his enemies? He ends up slashing the crystal. Not only the crystal, but he tears through space, reaching way past his target. Similar to Yami's Dimension Slash. Yeah, he's definitely highly dangerous. In the next episode, we learn that a mysterious mage named X is up next at the tournament, but we quickly learn that it's just Rill, the Aqua Deer, and since he desperately wants to boost his squad's reputation, Julius allows him to compete. And to cheer him on, we see Rill's family butler, Walter, watching from the sidelines. And at first, Rill's distracted in the middle of the battlefield, leaving his forgettable teammates, Nils and Ruben, to get hella worried. We then get a sneak peek into Rill's rough childhood. Apparently, after getting his grimoire, Rill struggled with his paint magic, making him a destructive nightmare for his mom. Thankfully though, Walter encouraged him to use his powers for good and reach his full potential, later joining the Magic Knights. And back to the tournament, Rill finally concentrates on the fight, showing off his paint magic, allowing him to generate multiple types of magic at once. No wonder he's already a captain. In the next episode, Luck and Klaus's team is up, and they're joined by wing magic user Puli Angel, who's a little skeptical of Luck and Klaus's abilities. But together, they manage to kick ass and easily win the fight. Next up is Yuno, Noelle, and an introverted green guy named N. And they're up against Noelle's horrible brother Solid and the jealous Golden Dawn member Alecdora. And because of their hate toward Noelle and Yuno, Alecdora and Solid try to simultaneously attack their crystal. Noelle uses Solid's rage to lure him away, forcing him to fight with her one-on-one, which means Alecdora can fight Yuno head on. And apparently, his only problem with Yuno is that Vengeance likes him more. Crazy, huh? Meanwhile, as Solid continues to bully Noelle during their fight, N's mushroom magic sprouts from Noelle's shoulder. Yeah, that's right. N's personality shines through his manly-looking mushroom as he encourages Noelle to not hold back against her asshole brother.
And I'm not talking about a slap on the wrist! I want you to pulverize this disgrace of a brother!
As an older brother himself, N thinks Solid is a freaking disgrace. Couldn't have said it better myself. And thanks to Yuno's powerful wind magic and Noelle's insane water spells, they finally beat their bullies. In the next episode, it's time for everyone's second round in the Royal Knights exam. And after setting up a new arena, Asta's team faces off against Kirsch's team. And because Kirsch is a classist jerk, he thinks this is gonna be a piece of cake. Xerx, however, has some secret traps up his sleeve. And after figuring out that they're already set, Asta urges Xerx to share where the traps are. That way, they can win as a team. But of course, Xerx refuses to share that information cause, yeah, he's still not a team player. And right off the bat, Kirsch covers the entire arena with his petals. So, to clear them out, Asta uses his dark form to clear out the area. Unfortunately though, he accidentally ends up destroying all of Xerx's traps. Whoops. Again? So now that Xerx's traps are gone, they have no choice but to work together. We then get a glimpse of Xerx's past. As it turns out, his dad was a dedicated and optimistic purple orca, so it seems like Asta's spirit reminds Xerx of him. So the team gets to work. Since elaborate traps take too much time to set up, hence him being sleepy during the first half of the exam, simple traps will have to do. Meanwhile, Kirsch finds out that Magna and Sol are both commoners, so he loses all trust in them. I'm telling ya, this guy's a complete jerk. So, as Kirsch goes off without them, he follows Asta, sensing Zora's traps along the way. But as Kirsch stupidly lands on the ground, he falls into a man-made trap, creating the perfect opening for Asta to knock him out. Finally, someone shut this guy up! In the next episode, Kirsch stays knocked out in a hole, while Magna starts attacking Asta's crystal. He shows off a new move where his fireballs disappear and reappear. It's clear he's been practicing. Meanwhile, Sol wakes up Kirsch, and after getting fed up with his "I'm the only beautiful and worthy person" routine, Sol reveals her backstory. Apparently, her town believed that only men could be strong, even though she really wanted to be a fighter. But during an attack, the men proved to be pretty useless, as Charlotte and the Blue Rose saved the day. There, Charlotte encouraged Sol to practice and one day join the Magic Knights, and that's why Sol has a massive crush on Charlotte. And to her, Charlotte is the only beautiful one. Narcissistic Kirsch doesn't even come close. Back to the tournament, thanks to Zora's reflection traps, Asta and him are putting up a good fight. But now that Kirsch is awake and pissed, he's looking to destroy Asta's crystal. Zora then quickly uses an ensnaring trap, allowing Asta to knock Kirsch out with his sword. And while Sol tries to use her mud golem to smash Asta's crystal, Mimosa wraps her plant around Sol's golem, giving her complete control of the creature. And apparently, Sol's golem had their crystal hidden the entire time. So as Mimosa reveals the crystal, Asta immediately slashes it. And with that, Asta's team wins. And afterwards, Kirsch realizes the beauty and strength of commoners, so he finally accepts them as equals. In the next episode, it's the battle we've all been waiting for. Finral versus Langris, and all of the Black Bulls are hyping Finral up. Langris, though, is taking this a little too seriously, ready to destroy his brother. Yikes. We then get a sneak peek into their childhood, where their dad and Finral's stepmother only really liked snobby Langris. No wonder they've got issues. When they got older, their dad arranged for one of them to one day marry Lady Finesse, the sweet and simple niece of the King Clover. Oof. Good thing she's nothing like her uncle. And while Langris couldn't care less about her, Finral instantly fell in love with her. And after she comments that Finral is better and nicer of the two Vald brothers, Langris gets super pissed. But to be honest, no one besides his parents liked Langris. So, Langris takes that anger into the tournament, and while Finral is ready to match his brother's strength, he sends out Leopold and Hamon to fight Fragile, who's safely guarding their crystal. And after experiencing Finral's improvements during their one-on-one fight, something dark awakens inside Langris, giving him an incredible boost in mana power, almost similar to Vetto and Fauna's. Something's not right here. But Finral won't back down, especially since he's never faced his brother. He wants to snap Langris out of this rage. But after Langris uses his destructive spatial orb attack, he punctures through the crystal and Finral, almost killing his brother. Langris's jealousy and rage officially made him a monster. And before delivering an even deadlier blow on Finral, the Black Bulls intervene, ready to kill Langris themselves. In the next episode, Leopold, Hamon, and Fragile are clueless about what just went down, and before the Black Bulls kill Langris, Julius steps in, as Owen attempts to heal poor Finral. But even so, Asta and Langris are desperate to go at each other's throats, so Julius forces them to put all that rage into their next round of the Royal Knights exam. It's now Langris's team versus Asta's. Right before the match, we see Marx reminisce on a previous meeting with Julius. Apparently, Julius suspects a magic knight of being manipulated by the Eye of the Midnight Sun, and after seeing Langris's abnormal mana, I think he's not a bad guess. And speaking of abnormal mana, Langris abuses the hell out of it, as Asta and him go after each other. But thanks to Mimosa and Xerx, Asta has a good team backing him up. We then get another memory from Xerx, where we find out that his real name is Zora Ideale, the son of the Purple Orca member Zara, aka the epitome of what Magic Knights should be. But being the first commoner within the Magic Knights brought him a lot of hate, to the point that his squad mates shot him in the back. Literally. And ever since then, Zora vowed to teach rich and corrupt Magic Knights a lesson, which explains why he attacked the real Xerx in the first place. In the next episode, we open on Zora being hit by one of Langris's attacks, but thanks to him casting ash magic all over his body, Zora manages to reflect one of Langris's spatial orbs. Nice! Unfortunately though, Langris's power is still too great. But before Langris can attack Zora directly, Black Asta steps in. No one messes with his team. And as Mimosa heals Zora, Asta slams Langris through his crystal. Hell yeah. But with their luck, Asta's crystal bursts at the exact same time. Looks like this match was a complete draw. And afterwards, Zora rips Langris a new one, reminding him that he's just a spoiled rich kid. And he pretty much gives harsh advice to everyone, even himself. And the next two fights are nothing compared to this one, as Ril's team and Yuno's win by a landslide. So that means the final round is between Ril and Yuno. In the next episode, it's time for Yuno and Ril's fight. And while Asta recovers, Ril and Yuno go at each other non-stop. Damn, it's like seeing two powerhouses. But as the fight comes to an end, Yuno not only uses Mana Skin, but he freaking merges his and Sylph's magic, creating the ultimate attack against Ril. Yuno's powers just keep getting better and better. Wow! But with them exerting so much mana, Ril's crystal accidentally shatters.
What? How'd this happen? We were just getting to the fun part and everything! Do we really have to stop fighting now?
Not the outcome I was expecting. After congratulating the winners, Julius reveals that the members of the Royal Knights will be chosen based on their performances. So, they just gotta wait for the results. And that means Asta and the others still have a shot. Too bad Asta couldn't fight Yuno though. That would have been crazy. We then catch up with Zora, who runs into Julius. And Julius basically reveals that Zora has already been chosen for the Royal Knights. He also mentions his father, Zora, who he met several years ago. Looks like Julius knew Zora's identity the entire time. And apparently, Zora is who inspired Julius to accept magic knights from everywhere, not just royals. He then hopes that Zora, as an existing magic knight, will also join the Royal Knights. And I think you might have a pretty good guess as to which squad Zora actually belongs to. In the next episode, the Black Bulls wait for the results of the Royal Knights exam, and Asta is extremely nervous. So, Yami takes everyone to the bathhouse to blow some steam, and there, Yami shares the story of a rivalry similar to Asta and Yuno's, Yami and Vengeance. Apparently, a long time ago, Yami agreed to help out a small town with a bandit problem, and while on the mission, he ran into Vengeance for the first time. They later realized that they were both recruited by Julius, and after witnessing each other's magic, they earned a mutual respect for each other. Before parting ways, Vengeance assured Yami that their paths and goals would one day merge, thus starting their rivalry. In the next episode, Meriliona arrives at the Black Bull's hideout with big news. Asta, Noelle, and Luck made it into the Royal Knights. Poor Magna didn't make it though, but he's still psyched for his friends. And at the first official Royal Knights meeting, we learn that Kirsch, Puli, En, Ril, Fragile, Jamon, Klaus, Mimosa, Yuno, and the unforgettable Nils, Ben, and Ruben made it too. And guess who's the captain? Meriliona Vermilion. That sounds about right. And some surprise members are Zora, who reveals to be one of the Black Bull members, called it, stone magic user Shirin, a bubbly spatial user Cobb, and last, but definitely not least, Noelle. And now that everyone's together, Meriliona breaks down the mission. Attack the Eye of the Midnight Sun's hideout, located in a floating magic region called Gravitos Stones. We then cut to Ria, who reminisces on his past as an elf, and they were apparently calm and collected people. There, we learn of a young elf named Patry, who's really close to Licht. Like, literally Licht's biggest fan. But since Licht is about to marry some human named Tisha, Patry doesn't seem too thrilled about it, especially after finding out that Tisha and Licht are expecting. In the next episode, after visiting Fuego Leon, who's still in a coma, Noelle and Asta promise to avenge him. They also talk about the Eye of the Midnight Sun's motives. Asta remembers Vetto saying that they'd never forgive humans, but who's they?
I don't know! It feels like the more I talk about this, the more I confuse myself!
Anyway, after the royal knights arrive at the capital, they enjoy their last few nights before the big mission. But after Merilliona and Noelle catch a pretty dumb Eye of the Midnight Sun spy, the mission gets moved up. They are taking off bright and early in the morning. The next day, the royal knights arrive at the Gravitos Stones, and after mapping out the dungeon, they realize that the strongest member is at its center, which means Licht is definitely there. So they split into groups of 4, leaving Asta and Zora to accompany Merilliona, while Cobb guards the dungeon with his spatial magic. And as they set off to raid the dungeon, Ria awaits them inside. In the next episode, while at the Black Bull's hideout, Yami gets a random letter from Vengeance asking for a meeting. So, as Yami, Vanessa, Magna, and Charmy set out on their own, Gauche, Gray, and Gordon are left behind. Not the closest of trios. And speaking of trios, Sally, Rades, and Voltos show up, ready to raid the hideout. As the Black Bulls get ready to face the Eye of the Midnight Sun, Sally happens to mention that hurting Gauche is out of the question, cause apparently Gauche is pretty important to Licht. We'll soon find out why though. And while Sally attacks with her gnarly gel and dark magic items, we find out that Gray's learned how to take her transformation magic to the next level. She can now transform someone's magic into a completely different one. Sweet! And as Rades uses his zombies and monsters to kick off another attack, Gordon and Gray finally step up.
No matter what, we'll protect our hideout!
Even Gordon's voice becomes audible, but as the battle continues, Voltos sneaks into the hideout, but suddenly the entire hideout starts to shake, revealing a secret member living inside the hideout. Now who the hell is this dude? In the next episode, we finally meet this secret Black Bulls member, slow-talking Henry, whose magic can transform the entire building. That explains why the hideout looks so weird. And since Henry's lived there for a long-ass time, he practically knows all the Black Bull members. We cut to years earlier, when Yami hoped to turn Henry's abandoned mansion into his hideout. Apparently, after being cursed to absorb and live off others' mana, Henry's parents left him to die there. So, Henry urges Yami to wait a little longer. That way, Yami's squad doesn't have to share with Henry. But Yami lets him stay, and thanks to the energy of the rowdy Black Bulls, Henry managed to stay alive. We also learn that Asta befriended him a few months ago, and since Asta has no mana, he was the perfect friend for Henry. So in other words, the Black Bulls are Henry's family, and he'll do anything to protect them with his recombination magic. After years of absorbing bits of the Black Bull's mana, Henry is hella strong as he transforms the entire building into a giant Black Bull weapon. But even after Gauche, Gray, Gordon, and Henry team up, Voltos finds what they're looking for. Do you remember the magic stone that Nero found in Saussy village? Voltos apparently found it, so he and the others retreat, taking it directly to Licht. In the next episode, while Cobb continues guarding and using his jamming spell on Gravitos stones, the Royal Knights continue fighting the Eye of the Midnight Sun, looking for Licht. But suddenly, Mereoleona realizes that Asta suddenly has a clone? Well, not exactly. Apparently, Rhea copied a transformation spell to trick Mereoleona, Asta, and Zora, and since Rhea can copy literally any spell, both healing and attack spells, fighting against him won't be easy. Thankfully though, Mereoleona is basically a one-woman army, and a master of Mana Zone. This is a technique that allows mages to enhance their skills with the existing mana around them, so she'll be okay. Rhea even tries to scare and trick her by copying an anti-magic sword just like Asta's, but his cheap copy magic doesn't stand a chance against Mereoleona, so this fight should be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, deeper in the hideout, on finishing up a fight. And with Yuno also showing off his use of Mana Zone, these four make it inside the center chamber. There, they find a mysterious figure with crazy amounts of mana floating in the middle. Who in the hell is that? In the next episode, Yami awaits for vengeance at the Golden Dawn headquarters. Meanwhile, Marx struggles to find Julius. Not even Marx's communication spells can reach him. We then cut to Julius, right outside the castle, and there he encounters Vengeance, who praises Julius for always supporting him. Nothing crazy about that, but suddenly, Vengeance reveals that there is someone else that's cared for him all these years. Yeah, pretty menacing. And out of nowhere, Vengeance transforms into Licht. Turns out, Licht lived inside Vengeance's body this entire time, and since they shared a single body, Vengeance always trusted Licht, understanding his grudge against humanity. And because Julius has the remaining magic stones, Vengeance turned Licht picks a fight. And I gotta say, this has got to be one of my favorite fight scenes ever. At first, Licht feels pretty damn cocky, thinking that he can overpower Julius's time magic. He even manages to wound Julius in the chest, but he's still no match for Julius. The way time magic works is that it allows Julius to revert time, allowing him to prepare for Licht's upcoming attacks. Plus, he can revert time on his own body. It's like nothing ever happened. And as Julius appears in front of Licht, grabbing onto him, Licht is royally screwed. Pun intended. In the next episode, Licht manages to escape Julius's attack, and the fight's so intense, even the ground begins to rumble. Marx finally sees what's going on and alerts the Magic Knights. He orders them to rush to the capital after securing the nearby areas, and after hearing that, Yami takes off to the capital. But back to the main event, Licht starts slowing down, but Julius couldn't be better. He hasn't even needed a spell yet. This is pure talent, you guys. Julius then reveals that he possesses a rare and coverless grimoire, and it apparently drew lots of criticism back in the day. When he was only a magic knight, Julius actually hated how classist the kingdom was, and after meeting Zora, he wanted to protect and seek talent from all the realms, not just royalty. So, in simpler terms, he wants zero prejudice in the Clover Kingdom. Of course, that's easier said than done. And back to the fight, Licht realizes that Julius is the only thing standing in his way, so to destroy him, he undoes his seal magic and lets his mana run wild, allowing him to cast thousands of light arrows across the entire kingdom. He's literally seconds from killing everyone. So, Julius produces a hella powerful spell to reverse that spell. But as he does this, Licht sneaks in a surprise attack, violently impaling Julius. And with Yami watching from the sidelines, Licht steals the remaining magic stones. Now, the Clover Kingdom is screwed. In the next episode, Yami confronts Licht after Julius's defeat, and after urging Marks to find Dr. Owen, Yami takes on Licht, refusing to let him escape. But unfortunately, Valtos helps Licht get away, and as Julius basically dies, Mereoleona gives Rhea the fight of his life. So Rhea sees no other choice than to use the self-destruct spell, which Asta immediately stops. Before Mereoleona can kill Rhea though, Asta wants him to explain the Eye of the Midnight Sun's motivation. Asta desperately wants the humans and the elves to get along, hoping to prevent more violence, similar to what Licht and his human friend always wanted. And speaking of Licht, he and Valtos join Rades and Sally inside the giant demon skull at Hajj. They are about to complete the Magic Stone tablet when Royal Knights continue battling at Gravitos Stones. Meanwhile, Yuno, Mimosa, Klaus, and Ramon finally realize that this floating figure looks a lot like Licht, with a sword waiting for him. And on that note, as normal Licht places the remaining stones on the tablet, he confesses his real intentions with the non-elf members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Apparently, he tricked the worst people he could find to sacrifice them in his Magic Stone ritual. And as the Magic Stone tablet activates, glowing lights shine throughout the kingdom. And it turns out some people are being turned into elves, aka their true form. And one of them happens to be Yuno. In the next episode, we finally get Licht's backstory, but we get it from Patri's perspective. Remember Licht's biggest fan? Apparently, more than 500 years ago, after saving Tisha from a wild tornado, Licht met her and her brother, aka the man that would later become known as the First Wizard King. Crazy, huh? And after that, the Wizard King and Licht became inseparable, both having a 4-leaf grimoire and wanting peace for humans and elves. And eventually, Licht fell in love with Tisha and knocked her up. And everyone but Patri is happy for their upcoming wedding. And during said wedding, things took a turn for the worse. The elves were brutally attacked by the humans. Because of some unknown spell, the elves weren't able to use their magic to protect themselves. So obviously, this sparked a crazy grudge for Patri. Before Patri's death though, he saw a spell being cast, and before he knew it, Patri was waking up 500 years later inside another human's body. And it was pure coincidence that this human happened to look a lot like Licht. And as he looked out the window, Patri saw other elven souls looking for human hosts. He theorized that Licht must have cast a reincarnation spell right before his death. That way, Patri and the other elves could get their revenge on humanity. And after being chosen by a 4-leaf grimoire, Patri used forbidden magic to awaken the elves Rhea, Vetto, and Fauna. So basically, Patri started this entire anime. And back to the present day, all the humans in the Eye of the Midnight Sun are officially sacrificed, kickstarting the reincarnation process of all the elves. In the next episode, we're back inside Gravitos Stones, and while the Royal Knights continue to fight, all of the human members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun start to freaking die, and it looks hella creepy. Meanwhile, throughout the Clover Kingdom, we see lots of different people glow because of the reincarnation spell. From Gosh to Rhea to even Klaus, Ramon, and of course, Yuno. And after they grow elven ears and get red markings on their face, everyone besides Rhea fails to recognize their friends. It's like they've all been possessed or something. We then jump to the capital. There, Yami stands next to Julius's dead body, seeing people glowing all over the place. And suddenly, Marks and Dr. Owen show up, and based on their face marks, they're possessed too. They start attacking Yami, so to protect Julius's body, Yami covers him in a dark magic cocoon. And after defeating Marks and Owen, he rushes across the capital. There, Yami runs into an elf-possessed Charlotte. Damn, not Charlotte! Sol suddenly appears, trying to knock some sense back into Charlotte, but it doesn't work. So, while Yami takes on the elf-possessed Charlotte, he sends Sol out to protect and hide Julius's cocoon. And Yami and Charlotte's battle is hella intense. God, I forget how powerful these two are. In the next episode, Sol manages to hide Julius's body as Charlotte finishes her battle with Yami. He basically gets buried in rubble. And after Charlotte leaves, taking Owen and Marks with her, we see that Yami luckily made it out alive. But Yami was not the only one affected by the rubble. The elf-possessed magic knights are all wreaking havoc throughout the capital, to the point of even destroying the underground Clover prison, allowing prisoners to escape, including ex-Purple Orca's captain, Gildaire, and his ex-colleague, Revchi. You remember that chain guy who attacked Yuno in the first episode? Yeah, that's Revchi. And they randomly decide to team up. Wonder how that'll go. Meanwhile, at the Gravitos Stones, Luck and another royal knight, a bearded guy named Ben, are also elf-possessed, and they're seconds away from attacking Noelle and Kirsch. But Luck actually ends up missing with his lightning strike, and that's surprising. Luck never misses. We then cut to Ria as he keeps fighting Asta, Mereliona, and Zora, especially now with his intense elf mana. And even though Ria thinks Asta is actually kind of a good guy, his grudge against humans is still way too strong. And suddenly, elf-possessed Rill arrives, recognizing his fellow elf Ria, and he has completely forgotten Asta. Damn, this sucks. So, to get Rill back, Asta tries grazing him with his anti-magic sword, but unfortunately, it doesn't work. It's gonna take more than that to rid them of the reincarnation spell, and out of nowhere, 3 other elf-possessed royal knights also join the fight. Yeah, there's no way Asta and Zora are getting out of there alive. So to save them, Mereliona breaks through the wall and throws Asta and Zora out of there, urging them to basically run away. It's now up to her to finish this fight. I mean, I'm rooting for her. In the next episode, we jump to the Crimson Lion headquarters, where another elf-possessed magic knight, air magic user Randall, fights against Leopold and the other squad members. And even though they give it their all, Randall's mana is still way too strong for Leopold and the others. Thankfully though, Fuego wakes up and is there to back them up, and he has a sick-looking arm made out of fire. Apparently, the great fire serpent Salamander granted him this flame magic during his coma. So now, Fuegoleon's even more powerful. And with an intense flame spirit spell, Fuegoleon defeats Randall and restrains him. And afterwards, Fuegoleon recalls everything that happened to him during the zombie invasion. While he was in Valtos's void, Vengeance transformed into Licht. And after confusing the hell out of him, Licht cut off his arm and stole his magic stone. At least someone else now knows about Vengeance, or Licht, or you know what I mean. Meanwhile, at the Golden Dawn headquarters, we see that a lot of the squad members are also possessed by elves. And when I say a lot, I mean basically everyone. And more specifically, we see elf-possessed Langris hyping up the rest of the elves for an attack. In the next episode, Mereliona keeps fighting Ria and the other elf-possessed royal knights, and seriously, nothing can stop her, not even a slash through her chest. Unfortunately though, her most intense fire attack barely phased the elves, and with Mereliona out of mana, the elves combine their magic to blast her with one massive attack. But that's when Asta and Zora step in. Apparently, Asta expected the elves to use a combined attack, so he and Zora plan to reflect their spell back to them, quadrupling its strength thanks to Asta bouncing it toward one of Zora's reflection traps. This creates the perfect distraction for Asta and Zora to make a run for it, taking Mereliona with them, of course. But before they get too far, Ria grabs Asta through a portal, trying to steal Asta's grimoire. Asta then hands Mereliona off to Zora, assuring Zora that he'll be fine on his own.
You better make make it through this in one piece, or you're dead to me! You understand?
We then see Mimosa hella scared seeing Klaus, Hamon, and Yuno become elf-possessed. And after Klaus and Hamon hold her captive, Ria and Asta arrive. There, Asta not only finds Mimosa trapped, but he finally realizes that Yuno's elf-possessed. In the next episode, Finral is finally awake, and Yami catches him up on everything. Realizing Langris was also elf-possessed. I mean, that would explain his attitude during the Royal Knights exam. Meanwhile, we're back inside the central chamber of Gravito Stones, where Asta realizes that Yuno is possessed by an elf. But for some reason, Yuno's not really reacting to anything. Klaus and Hamon, on the other hand, are definitely reacting. So they start to battle Asta. But weirdly enough, Klaus can't seem to bear hurting Asta. It's like Klaus is still somewhere inside of him. And after Asta yells out his wish of becoming Wizard King for the 100th time, elf-possessed Yuno snaps out of it. He's now fully conscious and ready to fight. This shocks Ria though, accepting that it'll probably take time for Yuno to regain his elf form. And after releasing Mimosa from Klaus's trap, Yuno and Asta defeat elf-possessed Klaus and Hamon, but this somehow awakens the floating Licht, aka the real Licht. And do you remember that sword that was in front of him? Yeah, this is called the Demon Destroyer Sword, and the real Licht is so fast with it that he even steals Asta's Demon Dweller sword. Yikes! But with his remaining sword, Asta kicks his ass. And even after being struck through the freaking ground, Asta manages to get up, helping Yuno deliver one last punch. But Licht strikes back really hard, causing him to lose the Demon Destroyer sword. And this hit also led to Yuno and Asta landing outside the hideout. In the next episode, Ria questions Licht about his gnarly punch on Asta and Yuno, especially since he lost his sword and Asta's grimoire, revealing that he was the original owner of the Black Clover. But since the grimoire now fully belongs to Asta, Licht doesn't care if they leave it behind. And after that, the rest of the elf-possessed Royal Knights gather and essentially drive Gravito Stones toward the capital. Meanwhile, after landing in a body of water, Asta and Yuno make it to shore, and they're joined by Mimosa, Zora, Meriliona, Noelle, En, Noelle, and Kirsch. At least everyone's accounted for, and thanks to a magic item Noelle brought, everyone gets their wounds healed. Suddenly, through a communication device, Noelle is informed that other elf-possessed knights are attacking the capital. On their way to the capital, Asta and Yuno spot Hodge Village being attacked by a random elf-possessed magic knight, and with his poison magic, the knight manages to hurt a whole bunch of people, including Father. So Asta and Yuno take a detour, ready to protect their home. In the next episode, Asta and Yuna arrive just in time to fight the poison magic elf, and Sister Lily does her best to protect the orphans and the dying father. Thankfully though, Asta gets an idea. Maybe his anti-magic can cancel out some of the poison magic. So after Yuno takes over the fight, Asta reaches Father and places the Demon Slayer's sword on his chest. But sadly, nothing happens. It's not until Father delivers a hella tragic monologue about his love for Asta and Yuno that Asta's grimoire suddenly offers him a new sword, the Demon Destroyer sword. I guess it fell into Asta's grimoire during the fight with Licht, and after a single touch, Asta gets a crazy rush of Licht's memories and a sudden boost of anti-magic. Now we're talking! Kicking off the next season, we open back in Hodge Village, where Asta uses Licht's Demon Destroyer sword to help everyone affected by the poison magic, saving Father and the rest of the village. So, to sum it up, this sword nullifies all kinds of magic spells. Pretty damn cool. But all of this, including the fact that elf-possessed Yuno is still acting like a human, confuses the hell out of the poison magic elf. This triggers him to self-destruct. So, to stop him, Asta uses his anti-magic sword again, nullifying the reincarnation spell. And just like that, the Hodge village is saved. So, Asta and Yuno enjoy a few more minutes with their church gang, but suddenly, the poison user awakens, fully human again. He reveals himself as Digit, a member of the Purple Orcas. He shares that the soul who possessed him wasn't violent at all, or at least didn't want to act that way. So he must have been forced to attack the village due to the reincarnation spell. With that, Yuno, Asta, and Digit head back to join everyone else at the capital, but out of nowhere they see two other villages in trouble. So Asta splits from Yuno and Digit, ready to fight more elf-possessed mages. In the next episode, we see Gravitos Stone heading toward the capital, and elf-possessed Luck, who's gone full psychopath, suddenly gets an urge to destroy a nearby town. So he gets dropped off, promising to meet up with the others later. We then cut to Magna and Vanessa, who unknowingly make their way to Luck's location, and they encounter elf-possessed Luck for the first time. This version of Luck seriously hates humans, and I am not using that word lightly. And since he's wanting to destroy everything around him, Vanessa and Magna are forced to fight him. Thankfully though, with Vanessa's Thread of Fate spell, Rouge keeps them from dying throughout the battle. But as Vanessa's mana runs out, Rouge starts to disappear, meaning they may end up losing this fight. But apparently, the real Luck is still somewhat conscious, forcing his elf-possessed version to hesitate. Thankfully though, Asta arrives just in time to save Magna and Vanessa, all thanks to Rouge's Thread of Fate spell. And by using Ki, Asta avoids all of Luck's lightning magic. With the help of Magna and Vanessa's last bit of magic, the trio manages to restrain Luck and rid him of the reincarnation spell. Finally! In the next episode, Luck finally awakens from the reincarnation spell, and we also get a sneak peek into his elf memories. Turns out, he wanted things to work out between the humans and elves all along. And just like Digit, Luck shares that the elf that possessed him didn't want to attack anybody. Could have fooled me. So it's confirmed. Something, or someone, is forcing them. So to gather reinforcements, Asta, Magna, Vanessa, and Luck head back to the Black Bull's hideout, only to find it freaking torn to shreds. But they immediately find Gray, Gordon, and Henry. And yes, Henry gets to finally meet everyone. Thankfully, everyone's safe, all except Gauche, who apparently turned into an elf. There, they also run into Charmy, who, after hearing that the Eye of the Midnight Sun managed to destroy her veggie garden, is seriously pissed.
I went out searching for yummy snacks to share with you guys and rushed straight home even though I was starving. This is a fix I did! I'm disgusted!
So, she puts her sheep cooks to work and uses her magic restoring food to boost everyone's mana. And this is a double win because everyone's eating Charmy's food and Henry can finally sit with them. And after replenishing his own mana, Henry restores the Black Bull's hideout, allowing them to travel to the capital. In the next episode, while headed toward the capital, the Black Bulls sense even more elf-possessed mages. So, the Black Bulls combine their magic to take them down. And thanks to Henry's recombination magic, the hideout is not only a giant Black Bull, but it's now equipped with cannons and all kinds of stuff. Awesome! And with Asta's Demon Destroyer sword, they rid everyone of their elf possession. Meanwhile, Vengeance reminisces on his childhood, where he apparently always felt another soul living inside him, way before actually meeting Julius. But when Vengeance turned 16, Patry became conscious, officially sharing Vengeance's body. And since Vengeance never stood up for humanity, he let Patry continue his evil plan. So, now that Julius is dead, he regrets everything. Patry then takes full control of Vengeance's body, leaving Vengeance completely dormant. And after leaving Vengeance's grimoire beside the magic stone tablet, Patry takes off toward the capital, and suddenly, out of nowhere, we see that Rades awakens. Turns out, Rades' death triggered a new spell for him, allowing him to resurrect himself and his friends Valtos and Sally. So now, Rades wants revenge against Patry. And to get his revenge, Rades, Sally, and Valtos seek help from Asta and the Black Bulls. But the Black Bulls are not looking for revenge, they just want to save the kingdom. So instead, Asta talks them into joining the Black Bulls, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, defeating Licht and saving Clover Kingdom. Perfect! In the next episode, we open in the royal castle, where the Clover King is talking to the Vaude family, aka Finral and Langris's rich-ass parents. There, the king accuses Langris of being a traitor, but his parents refuse to believe it. And do you remember Finez, the king's niece, who's meant to marry the head of the House of the Vaude? Yeah, she's there too, trying to calm down her uncle. But the king's too much of an asshole to listen. And speaking of Langris, he and the rest of the elf-possessed Golden Dawn members are raiding the castle, and they are more than ready to kill the Clover King. Thankfully though, Yami and Finral make it just in time to stop them, and outside the castle, they're joined by good old Jack the Ripper. And on the other side of the castle, a compass magic user from the Golden Dawn named Letali targets the House of Silva, and she eventually makes it to Solid's room, where he's still recovering from the Royal Knight's exam. And since he can barely move, Nebra tries defending him, but she's immediately stabbed by Letali. Yikes. Thankfully, Noelle and the other non-possessed royal knights finally arrive at the castle, where they split into 3 groups. Group 1, Mimosa, Kirsch, and N. Group 2, Yami, Jack, and Finral. And Group 3, Noelle, Noelle, and Zora. And later, after Zora ditches them to probably set up traps, Noelle and Noelle make it to Solid's room, where they manage to save Solid's Ayuth. And after Noelle shows off her crazy new water magic, her siblings finally recognize that she's actually pretty damn good. In the next episode, Letoli is still going after the Silvas, and she basically traps everyone inside a giant magical cage. And with no way out, Noelle and Noelle are screwed. The only thing Noelle can think of is to basically flood the place. So, as Noelle protects his siblings with his kick-ass mercury magic, Letoli slowly starts to drown, and her only option is to dissolve the spell. After this, Noelle gets the upper hand and finally captures Letoli. Score! And after seeing Noelle being a badass, Noelle comes clean to Noelle. He confesses that he's been wanting to protect her this entire time. Ever since their mother died, he couldn't bear losing his little sister. That's why he forced her into the Black Bulls, thinking she'd never be on the battlefield. This is definitely reminding me of some Itachi crap. And to interrupt the moment, Letoli breaks free from Noelle's binding and severely wounds him. And with Noelle's desire to save her siblings, she creates a new spell known as Valkyrie Armor. It's basically a badass armor that improves her mobility, and this new spell helps her to easily defeat Letoli. Finally. But suddenly, out of nowhere, more elf-possessed mages show up. Thankfully, Zora finally shows up, carrying a bubble magic recovery mage. And while the bubble mage heals Nebra and Noelle, Zora, Noelle, and Noelle team up against the elves. But such powerful humans confuse the hell out of the elves. Zora then points out that magic has evolved for hundreds of years after the reign of the elves, so that's why human magic has become way more powerful now. In the next episode, we open on Mimosa, Kirsch, and N. And while Kirsch's petals and N's mushrooms hide their location, Mimosa leads the evacuation of everyone in the castle. But unexpectedly, elf-possessed Golden Dawn member David, a dice magic user, appears out of nowhere. And weirdly enough, he's not there to fight them. He's basically just there to give them a rundown of the battle. A little strange, I gotta say. We then return to the king's throne room, where Langris arrives to kill the king. He even attacks his parents in the process. Yeesh! So, the king tries taking on Langris, but of course he immediately fails. Thankfully though, right before Finesse gets hurt, Finral, Yami, and Jack appear. Finral then gets his parents, the king, and Finesse out of there, promising her that he'll make it out alive. I mean, I hope so, but he said that, so now I'm not sure. And this fight with Langris is way harder than expected, especially with his crazy spatial orbs of death. Thankfully though, Jack's love for slicing things makes his blades a whole lot deadlier. I mean, the man can literally slice through Langris's spatial magic, but even with a damn good strike from Yami, Langris is too stubborn to quit. So, with Langris distracted by blind rage, Finral sneaks an attack from behind him. We then cut to Finral reminiscing on the fact that he's never actually confronted his brother, and if there's a right time to do it, it is today. And after delivering a crazy punch, both Finral and Langris pass out. I'm glad that's over though.
We do all the grunt work and you save the day with your brotherly love.
And later, we see that Patry finally makes it inside Gravitos Stones, where he joins Ria and elf-possessed Gauche and Marie. There, Ria reveals that Licht hasn't completely resurrected, but they hope he awakens soon enough. Patry then explains that the reincarnation spell isn't finished yet. Once they get a final magic stone, all the elves will officially take over their hosts' bodies, completing the reincarnation process. And guess where the last magic stone is? It's Yuno's pendant. I had a feeling it'd be important one day. In the next episode, we open with Ria reviving Vetto and Fauna. Yeah, you heard that right. Apparently, with the help of Sally's experiments, the Eye of the Midnight Sun prepped 2 new bodies to revive Vetto and Fauna. Now, they're back in the game. And afterwards, a bunch of the elf-possessed people gather above what looks like ancient markings. Apparently, after receiving some type of vision, several were chosen to be the Apostles of Sephira. In other words, the elves that can open the gates of the Shadow Palace, aka the place between Earth and the underworld. We then cut to David explaining that the elves need one more magic stone, and once the reincarnation spell is complete, all the human souls will die. Now, Mimosa's even more stressed, and as the elf-possessed magic knights prep for another battle against the magic knights, the Black Bulls show up ready to fight.
Also, don't freak out when you see who we brought with us. It's kind of a long story, but it's fine, I promise.
Perfect timing. But after seeing this, Dorothy, the elf-possessed captain of the Coral Peacocks, entraps a huge chunk of the Black Bulls with her dream magic. Don't worry, we'll get to this in a bit. And since half of the squad is gone, it's time for elf-possessed Gauche to strike. And without Charmy and her recovery food, Henry's mana-absorbing curse gets out of control. But Yami's not too worried about it, knowing the Black Bulls will figure it out, so he and Jack head toward the Shadow Palace. Meanwhile, elf-possessed Gauche and Marie combine their powers to immobilize the Black Bulls. It seems like Marie has some kind of killer eye magic, paralyzing whoever looks into her eyes. But thanks to Asta's Demon Destroyer sword, he nullifies the spell pretty quick. So now, they gotta face the elf-possessed Gauche. In the next episode, we open on Vanessa, Sally, Magna, Luck, and Charmy stuck inside Dorothy's glamour world, aka her dreamscape. And since we're basically inside her head, whatever Dorothy comes up with will appear. The bad news is there's absolutely no way to escape. Thankfully though, Rouge is the perfect spell to protect the Black Bulls, so at least they have that going for them. And thanks to Charmy's mana-replenishing food, the Black Bulls have a fighting chance. But if they don't escape in time, Dorothy's dream magic will make them fall asleep for like ever. Sally then comes up with a brilliant idea. She calls out an idea of an exit, forcing Dorothy to imagine it. Score! And in the Shadow Palace, Yami and Jack are slowed down by David, who has managed to enter behind them. Meanwhile, the Black Bulls go head-to-head against elf-possessed Gauche. In the next episode, while Asta, Gordon, Gray, and Henry continue fighting elf-possessed Gauche, Dorothy kicks her dream magic into high gear. After locking all the escape doors, Luck comes up with an idea to form a Dorothy lookalike with Vanessa's thread. That way, elf-possessed Dorothy will think of real Dorothy and accidentally summon her.
That's fantastic! Good job putting that plan together, everybody!
And with the real Dorothy there as backup, the Black Bulls have another fighting chance. And back in the Clover Kingdom, the Black Bulls are not doing so well. So as their mana runs out, Henry uses his last bits of strength to protect his friends, diving head on to Gauche, absorbing all of his mana. Damn, who wouldn't want a friend like Henry? But with Gauche distracted, Asta, Gordon, and Gray step in to deliver one last attack, allowing Asta to rid Gauche and Marie of their elf possession. And quickly after that, we cut to the Glamour world, which apparently can't handle two Dorothys, so it collapses, allowing the Black Bulls to escape and defeat elf-possessed Dorothy. There's no place like home. And now that the Black Bulls are back together, Charmy shares her recovery once again. They're almost ready to join Yami inside the Shadow Palace. In the next episode, we open to Gildaire and Revchi ready to raid the riches of the Shadow Palace. Leave it to these jerks to use a war to make money. Meanwhile, all the remaining royal knights team up to enter the Shadow Palace. But with the other elf-possessed magic knights still attacking the capital, the Black Bulls volunteer to stay behind and fight them off. That way, Asta, Noelle, Mimosa, Nozel, Fuegolion, and Merliona can stop the reincarnation spell. And while inside, the royal knights get split up. But thankfully, Asta and Mimosa end up together, and thanks to her mapping abilities, they not only see everyone's location, but they plan to meet everyone where the boss is, aka Patry. But first, they have to defeat the Apostles of Sephira, and they're not playing around. In the next episode, while Noelle goes up against the new and improved Fauna, who apparently can't die because of forbidden magic, Asta and Mimosa have no chance but to face elf-possessed Rill. And if you thought that his paint magic was powerful before, just you wait. Meanwhile, at the capital, Yuno arrives, and thanks to Charmy's recovery food, he's ready to head into the Shadow Palace. So, he rushes in before the door closes, and since Charmy's obsessed with him, she tags along too. They end up splitting up though. So, Charmy ends up where Asta and Mimosa are, and when Rill disrespects Charmy's food, she gets pissed. And I am not saying that lightly, cause out of nowhere, Charmy's cotton magic suddenly transforms into food magic, where a big, bad, and hungry wolf replaces her typical sheep. And to top it off, Charmy grows way taller. And according to elf-possessed Rill, this means that Charmy is a hybrid, the daughter of a dwarf and a human.
Wait, you're saying I'm part dwarf?
Apparently that's the only natural way to have two types of magic. Who knew? And Charmy's wolf is hella strong, as it devours all of Rill's magic. This makes the perfect diversion for Mimosa and Asta to head towards Patry. But on their journey, Asta and Mimosa run into an unconscious David. Weird. And after Asta releases his reincarnation spell, Mimosa senses a non-human aura. And the strange thing is, it doesn't seem to belong to an elf either. Suspicious. Meanwhile, Yuno ends up at the center of the Shadow Palace, where Patry, Ria, and another elf named Rone are waiting at a pedestal. Apparently, they've been waiting for Yuno's magic stone this entire time, but Yuno's not gonna give it up that easily. So as Patry and Ria confront Yuno, Rone manages to quickly snatch his blue pendant. But instead of handing it over to Ria, Ria suddenly realizes Rone is an imposter, and after flashing a creepy-ass smile, Rone blasts a hole through Ria. What the hell is going on? In the next episode, we open on Ria, who happens to know a secret about the elf massacre. Turns out he knew the entire time that the first Wizard King was actually innocent. No way. We then jump back to where Rone steals Yuno's magic stone. It's then revealed that Rone was actually possessed by a dark creature known as a Kotodama devil. That's right, a literal freaking devil. And after using the last stone to reincarnate himself, the devil confesses that he was the one responsible for the elf massacre. He apparently manipulated the power-hungry humans to attack the elves, not the first Wizard King. Who would have guessed that the bad guy was a literal demon? Patry and Yuno then team up to attack him, but with the devil's word soul magic, anything he says becomes a reality. So if he wants it to rain knives, he'll make it happen. So he's basically indestructible. Thankfully, Asta and Mimosa show as reinforcements, but even with their help, this bad guy is no joke. And suddenly, the Kotodama devil attacks Patry, piercing his entire body. And with Patry trapped, the devil confesses even more stuff. Apparently, the Kotodama devil tricked Patry into believing that Licht cast the reincarnation spell. That way, Patry could gather the magic stones, all for the Kotodama devil to reincarnate himself at the last minute. This drives Patry into despair, causing his four-leaf clover to transform into a Black Clover. And according to the devil, once he gets possession of a grimoire, he's basically unstoppable. So after taking the grimoire, he turns Patry into a raging dark elf. And as dark elf Patry attacks Yuno and Asta, the Kotodama devil makes a run for it. Jesus Christ, this just got intense. In the next episode, Noelle arrives just in time to fight Patry, and thanks to his Mercury magic, he's got everything under control. Literally everything. And he quickly beats and restrains Patry. But before Noelle kills him, Asta suggests using his Demon Destroyer sword to rid Patry of his despair. That way, Von Johns's body can still stay intact. But as Asta dissolves the Dark Elf spell, he gets thrown into Patry's memories, seeing everything from Patry's childhood to the death of Julius. And deep inside Patry's head, we see a young, traumatized Patry sitting in front of a young, trapped Von Johns. There, young Patry keeps blaming the humans for everything. But when Asta arrives, he makes Patry realize that humans were never the problem. And even though Asta doesn't forgive him, he urges Patry to suck it up and defeat the Kotodama devil. And with that, Patry snaps out of it, keeping only half of his dark elf form. Later, we see the Kotodama devil reaching the exit of the Shadow Palace, but there he runs into the real Licht, who's ready to beat the hell out of him. And to back him up, elf-possessed Charlotte appears. She apparently sneaked into the Shadow Palace after seeing David wander inside. Seems like the Kotodama devil possessed David first. And suddenly, Yami also finds his way to the Kotodama devil, so everyone puts their differences aside and teams up against this devil. In the next episode, we open on Nero talking to Finral. Yeah, you heard that right. The bird can talk. And as she convinces Finral to take her to the demon skull at Hodge, Yami and Charlotte face the Kotodama devil. And even though they're seriously struggling, Yami's dark magic seems to be doing the trick. But it all goes to hell as the devil pulls out his new grimoire. And with the Black Clover, he summons a demonic goo that kills people. Jeez. Good luck beating that. Yami then then creates a dark magic cocoon to protect Charlotte and him. I guess their efforts have been put on hold. And as Finral and Nero make it to the demon's skull, she asks him to gather the magic stones from the stone tablet and place them on the first Wizard King's statue. And suddenly, the statue starts frickin' glowing! Yeah, let's hold that thought for now. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Palace, Asta, Yuno, Patry, and Noelle run into the demonic goo. Fortunately though, Asta's anti-magic can counter it. So, Noelle leaves Asta, Yuno, and Patry to defeat the Kotodama devil. That way, Noelle can take Mimosa and Ria to help the other squad members. Okay, now back to the statue. The stones apparently brought the first Wizard King statue to life, and also transformed Nero into an emo-looking teen. And I know what you're thinking.
What? If I had known you were secretly a gorgeous young lady, I would have asked you on a date forever ago!
Well, it's a long story. So, Nero is actually Seker Shallowtail, and apparently, 500 years ago, she was assigned to assist the first Wizard King, Lumiere Silvermillion Clover. Back then, no one cared for Seker's sealing magic, but Lumiere was different, wanting her help for his magic item research, and together, they created countless magic items that even non-magic users could use. Yeah, this guy was all about equality, and even though other royals hated Lumiere's ideas, he and his sister Tetia wanted to make peace with everyone, even the elf tribe. And thanks to the elves, Lumiere and Seker created the magic stones, allowing people to connect the human world to other realms, aka the underworld. But one day, Tetia fell in love with Licht, and after getting pregnant, they decided to get married. But Lumiere couldn't attend the wedding. Apparently, he was randomly called to meet with his parents, but it was actually all a trick set up by the Kotodama devil. Turns out, the devil possessed the royal minister, who later convinced the royals to attack the elf tribe. And after binding Lumiere, the devil rushes to ruin the wedding. Thankfully though, Seker finds Lumiere, and they quickly try to save everyone. But unfortunately, it was too late. After blocking the elves' magic with one of Lumiere's inventions, the elves were violently defeated, leaving Licht in complete despair. This transformed his 4-leaf grimoire into a Black Clover. But thankfully, Licht is too good to be corrupted and possessed by the Kotodama devil. But to prevent that from ever happening, Licht uses the magic stones and turns himself into the big 3-eyed demon. Yeah, that one. And with that, Licht begged Lumiere to kill him. Ooh, that was a lot of information. In the next episode, we see that Lumiere defeated Demon Licht thanks to a mana-absorbing magic item and his insane light magic. So in the end, he was forced to kill his best friend. Damn, now I'm getting emotional. And after the battle, the Kotodama devil attempted to snatch Licht's Black Clover, but Seker used forbidden magic to seal him away, which caused her to grow devil horns. But before disappearing, the Kotodama devil snuck in one last spell, aka the reincarnation that kickstarted this whole anime. And afterwards, we see that Lumiere was actually hurt during the demon fight. He was basically dying, but thanks to Seker's sealing magic, she used yet another forbidden spell and sealed him inside the statue, just in case this annoying devil showed up again. But after using so much forbidden magic, Seker was transformed into an anti-bird. I don't know why, actually, but apparently she's a 500-plus-year-old bird. Yup, pretty crazy. So now, back to the present day. Seker and Lumiere join the fight inside the Shadow Palace, where Lumiere's powerful light magic, thankfully, destroys some of the demonic goo. Neat! And after Seker releases the last bit of Licht's soul, he regains full consciousness. So these buddies team up to kill the Kotodama devil, but even with their crazy strength, they can't seem to take the devil down. But pop quiz! Guess who can? Asta, obviously. With Yuno, Patry, Licht, Lumiere, and Seker backing him up, he's pretty much got this. But they have to act quickly, because if the demonic goo reaches the exit, they're all screwed. So, Licht preps for one last sword slash, gathering mana from all of the elves, and his slash finally destroys the Kotodama devil. Just kidding. Did you really think that it was gonna be that easy? Apparently, the devil's heart remained intact, allowing him to regenerate, meaning they gotta get the heart next time. In the next episode, we see that Yami and elf-possessed Charlotte are still safe inside the dark magic cocoon, but they've slid a level below the main fight. Thanks to Charlotte's healing magic, though, Yami's ready to fight again, but he's gotta come up with a plan first. Meanwhile, Black Asta takes over, causing him to lose control. It seems to be working in their favor though, as he manages to destroy the Kotodama devil's spear. This inspires Patry and Yuno to pitch in. We then see that Yuno combines his wind magic with his newfound sword magic, and turns out the elf form that possessed him is actually Licht and Tetia's unborn child. So, since he's technically a hybrid, he can draw from two types of magic. They just keep making this guy cooler and cooler. And with Yuno's help, Asta manages to slice the Kotodama devil, but instead of hurting him, that just kinda pissed him off. So, he increases the demonic goo and grows mouths from literally everywhere on his body. It's kinda gross. And while Asta and Yuno handle the devil, Licht and Lumiere cast a combined spell to send a protective light to all the elf-possessed magic knights. That way, they can be protected from the goo. And this, of course, includes elf-possessed Charlotte. And this protection spell gives Yami the chance to cast a dark magic dimension slash from below. And with the best timing ever, he slices the devil in half. Literally. And after Seker releases extra power from Black Asta, he lands a critical hit on the Kotodama devil. In the next episode, we open on the defeat of the Kotodama devil. We then see him able to communicate with Asta's anti-magic devil. And even though the anti-magic devil doesn't reveal his name, he looks very scary. But that's a problem for another time. And even though the devil is dead, the demonic goo spell is not slowing down. So everyone's gotta leave. Especially since the protective light spell is wearing out. But thankfully, out of nowhere, Valtos and Rades pop up, and they use Valtos' spatial magic to bring everyone to the Shadow Palace's exit. Ooh, that was close. But unfortunately, the battle's not over yet. The elf-possessed magic knights are still attacking the kingdom, and the only one that can expand Asta's anti-magic is Vengeance. So after Valtos retrieves Vengeance's grimoire, Asta releases Patry from Vengeance's body. That way, Vengeance can connect the elves' souls through his world tree magic, and with Licht's help, they spread the truth amongst the elves. So now everyone knows the truth behind the Kotodama devil. And to top it off, Asta combines his Demon Destroyer sword to the World Tree magic, releasing everyone from their elf possessions. Complicated, but effective. The only elves left behind though are Vetto, Fauna, and Ria. Apparently, since these three are officially tied to their hosts, they get to stay on Earth. And after Yuno learns about being tied to Licht and Tetia, the elves bid farewell to everyone. But Rades is pissed about not getting his revenge yet. So he uses his wraith magic to reanimate Patry into the body Licht was using. And even though though coward Rades takes off with Valtos, Patri's able to face vengeance for the first time. The next morning, Asta and Secher say their goodbyes to Lumiere, and right before his statue body collapses, he asks Secher to look after Asta and the others. He knows they'll make the Clover Kingdom better. In the next episode, we open on Julius alive. That's right, but he's actually a lot younger than before. Apparently, one day, Julius found one of Lumiere's magic items in the middle of the woods, and he stored enough time magic inside to basically resurrect him someday. But he only stored enough magic to turn himself into a 13-year-old. Anyway, Yami and Vengeance meet up with Julius to discuss how Vengeance should be punished. But instead of sending him to jail, Julius lets him simply atone for his crimes, keeping him as the Golden Dawn captain. But of course, Vengeance is bound to get a lot of hate for this. And later, after recapping Asta, Noelle, Mimosa, and Secher about his 13-year-old body, Julius reveals 3 major problems the kingdom is bound to face. Number 1, 13-year-old Julius has way less authority now, which means he's gotta stay away from the public eye. Number 2, the neighboring kingdoms may invade Clover, especially since half the magic knights are pooped out. And number 3, Asta might die. Yeah, it's as simple as that. Since no one knows anything about his anti-magic devil, Julius worries he'll be possessed and killed. Not the best news. Julius also explains that Asta's been basically cursed by this devil, made clear by Black Asta's devil horns. Apparently, this type of curse is known as a weg, and because Asta's essentially cursed by a devil, the Magic Parliament, aka the Clover Kingdom's justice system, full of snobby royals, may pin the elf possessions on him. Yeah, so Asta's in a teensy bit of trouble. But one day, Asta is approached by a two-faced member of the Magic Parliament. He ends up tricking Asta and Secher into a sneaky trial, led by hard-ass Damnatio Kira, a direct family member of the dumbass king. Figures. But they seriously couldn't be more different. Anyway, back to the trial. Since Asta and Secher won't plead guilty, Damnatio gives them 2 options. They can either be found guilty, or Asta can testify against the elf-possessed people, which will result in everyone being sentenced to death. Yikes. And to threaten Asta, Damnatio brings in the first elf-possessed person on trial, poor little Marie. And as Damnatio and the court are about to kill her, Asta is forced to protect her, revealing Black Asta and scaring all the royals. In the next episode, we see word spread about Asta's devil. These royals work fast. Meanwhile, at the trial, Damnatio continues to threaten Asta, claiming that no one would vouch for a cursed commoner. But that's clearly not true, because the Black Bulls suddenly burst into the court wall, and they're more than willing to take Asta and Secher by force. And yes, Secher is now an official member of the Black Bulls. But to stop Yami from making a scene, Fuego and Noelle arrive with an official decree from Julius. It reads that the Wizard King takes full responsibility for Asta, wanting him on a special mission. Apparently, Julius wants him and the Black Bulls to research devils, which will hopefully clear Asta's name. This calms down the royals, but leaves Damnatio pissed. So, as another safety precaution, Noelle forces Asta to wear a tracking bracelet. But it's all for show. Asta has Fuego and Noelle's full support. And after the trial, Damnatio meets up with Julius, warning him about taking Asta's side. Cause if Asta's devil goes out of control, Damnatio will go after Asta and Julius. Jeez, I can't stand this guy. In the next episode, Yami, Asta, and Secher make their way to Charlotte. Remember how she was a cursed child? Yeah, well, her forbidden magic curse is categorized as a weg. So, for their devil research, the Black Bulls need more details. And since Charlotte is head over heels for Yami, she confuses Yami's intentions, thinking he's gonna confess his love for her.
Little does she know.
But still, she freaks out so bad that she starts feeling bad about keeping her crush a secret, especially from her man-hating all-female squad. But when she confesses to them, everyone's actually pretty supportive. Everyone except Sol, of course. This gives Charlotte courage to set up a dinner date with Yami. During dinner, though, Charlotte realizes that Yami's only looking for intel. Damn, rejected. But her info ends up not helping Yami's research at all, so she recommends that Yami talk to another Black Bull member who might be able to help, Gordon Agrippa. In the next episode, Yami sends Gordon, Asta, Secher, Gauche, and Gray out on a mission. Since Gordon's family, the Agrippas, are known for their curse magic, Yami's hoping they'll get more info for their devil research. So, off they go. And we learn, surprisingly, that Gordon's family is actually kinda creepy, to the point that Gordon never made friends as a kid. That all changed with the Black Bulls, though, and since he essentially abandoned his parents for the Black Bulls, this might be a tough meeting. And at the Agrippa home, we meet all of Gordon's creepy-ass family. His dad, Nathan, his mom, Jonna, his ancient grandma, Nilenia, his little sister, Roxanne, and even his family dog, Nunnally. And they all weirdly look like each other. Creepy. And to top it off, during dinner, Nilenia starts blabbering nonsense about their family's contract with someone called Megicula. That'll be important later, I bet. Meanwhile, back in the capital, Noelle reveals to Noelle that their mother, Aussier, did not die from childbirth. She actually died from a forbidden curse. And the only one who can talk about it is Dorothy. Apparently, if anyone talks about Aussier's curse, they'll also be cursed. So, using her glamour world, Dorothy explains that devils can only appear in the human world when there are anomalies or make contracts with humans, aka forbidden magic. The good thing is, humans who make devil contracts can only use a limited amount of their devil's magic, but according to Dorothy, the devil who killed Aussier is hella strong and is currently possessing a human, and that devil's name is Megicula. And back to the Agrippa house, Gordon finally gets the courage to ask his dad about forbidden curses, but apparently Nathan don't know jack about him, so instead Nathan helps him locate all the devil curses inside Clover Kingdom. So Nathan pulls up a map with candles representing people's curses. It unfortunately can't give a precise location of each curse, but the bigger the flame, the more powerful it is. And after expanding the map, they see that someone in the Heart Kingdom has an insanely powerful one. So it looks like they gotta go there next. In the next episode, we're back in the Black Bull's hideout, and Asta, Gauche, and Gray beg Yami to let them enter the Heart Kingdom, but it's apparently really hard to get into. Thankfully, Noelle remembers that Mimosa was actually a part of an exchange program with the Heart Kingdom back in the day. So, Noelle and Asta decide to go ask her some questions, and at Golden Dawn headquarters, Mimosa reveals that the Heart Kingdom is enriched with natural mana, thanks to its rich and plentiful environment. So, if there is a demon there, it's pretty likely that it can screw up everything big time. So, Mimosa uses her connections to secure a visit to the Heart Kingdom, taking Asta, Noelle, Secher, and Finral along with her. And after a long-ass boat trip, the group gets official approval to enter by the Queen. and there the group meets Gaja, one of the spirit guardians and protectors of the Heart Kingdom. And at first, Gaja leads them through a very nice and comforting tour of the area, but he suddenly turns into an asshole, taking Asta and Secher hostage and forcing Noelle, Mimosa, and Finral into a fight. And Gaja turns out to be super powerful, casting spells we haven't even heard of. Meanwhile, Asta and Secher are sent to a mysterious chamber, where Asta's also forced to fight some kind of water warriors. And after seeing his power, he meets Undyne, one of the 4 great spirits who's contracted to the queen. There, Undyne questions him about his lack of mana. She then proceeds to rank him below the lowest stage of power. Quick side note, the Heart Kingdom categorizes mana through magic stages, 9th being the lowest and 0 being the most powerful. But even though Noelle, Mimosa, and Finral are not at stage 0, they manage to make things hard for Gaja. And with Secher's help, even Asta escapes Undyne, who is seconds from encountering the queen herself. In the next episode, Asta meets the infamous Queen Lorapechka, who is a little more clumsy than I would have thought. She's even wearing what looks like PJs. And after seeing their skills, Gaja approaches Finral, Noelle, and Mimosa. Apparently, he was only testing the Magic Knights, and with that, he leads them to Lorapechka. And after the Magic Knights meet with Lorapechka, Asta realizes that if they're up against a devil, they have to be at least Magic Stage 1? Yikes. They then ask about the devil curse somewhere in the kingdom. So, Lorapechka finally comes clean. Turns out, she's the one cursed by a devil, and to top it off, she only has 1 more year to live. If they don't save the queen, the entire piece of the Heart Kingdom will unfortunately be lost. And the devil who cursed her is none other than Megicula, who, according to Lorapechka, is currently in the Diamond Kingdom. Suddenly, we jump to Vanessa, Luck, and Magna scouting the Diamond Kingdom on a mission. There, they start sensing extremely evil mana from someone wearing a Spade Kingdom uniform. And if Luck is scared, then you know it's serious. And back to Lorapechka, she urges that the Heart Kingdom and the Clover Kingdom should team up against Megicula, especially since the Spirit Guardians cannot defeat them alone. Since they're the only experts in enhancing natural mana, they'll need Clover's human-enhanced magic, along with Secher and Asta's forbidden magic, known as being on the Arcane stage. And apparently, Arcane stage magic is the only one capable of defeating a devil. So, if well trained, the Heart and Clover Kingdoms can win against the devil threat. After getting the okay from Julius, Lorapechka offers to further train Asta and Secher. But since Megicula is currently possessing someone in the rather violent Spade Kingdom, it's urgent to get started before war breaks out. So, Lorapechka gives them a deadline of 6 months. That way, she will still be strong enough to fight. Asta, Noelle, and Finral later report back to Yami about what they've learned, and after talking about what the other Black Bulls saw in the Diamond Kingdom, it's possible the Spade Kingdom may have already wiped out the entire Diamond Kingdom's defenses, even Mars, unfortunately. So, Yami gives the Black Bulls free reign for the next 6 months. In whatever way they choose to train, they gotta be ready for the next war. In the next episode, the Magic Knights captains gather to inform the city that everything is A-okay. No more war and no more violence. And as a quick side note, we learn that Rill fell madly in love with Tall Charmy. But of course, he can't recognize her after she returns to her regular size. And back at the capital, we see that Owen is currently pretending to be the Wizard King. They can't have a 13-year-old up there, you know? Afterwards, Julius gathers the captains, plus Asta, Noelle, Mimosa, and Finral for a private meeting, and Damnatio also happens to show up. God, I still hate that guy. Julius then discusses their next move regarding the Heart Kingdom. There, Noelle breaks down the Queen of Hearts power system. If the Clover Kingdom wants to join the war, every magic knight has to be at least stage 1 or above. Anything below will be practically useless. So, Julius urges the magic knights to train their squads in 6 months' time, before the Heart Kingdom's attack on Spade. And out of nowhere, Vengeance abandons his role as captain, claiming he isn't fit for the job ever since the elf attack. But Julius insists that he and the other elf-possessed magic knights should atone for their crimes by giving it all they've got on this mission. And speaking of atonement, Julius brings in Gildaire. He apparently got captured after trying to raid the Shadow Palace, so to pardon him, Julius forces him to secure the necessary money for the kingdom's rebuilding process. Well, fair is fair. In the next episode, Merilliona steals away Asta, Noelle, Secher, Luck, Magna, Gordon, and Charmy for another infamous training session with the Crimson Lion Kings. And remember that hellish volcano from the St. Elmo's episode? Yarp, we're back again. But this time, Fuegoleon and Merilliona task them with traveling underneath the volcano instead. And there, they'll have to use Mana Skin the entire time. Because if they don't, they'll burn alive. And unlike last time, Asta finally has control over his anti-magic, and this inspires Leopold to step up his game, especially if he also wants to become the Wizard King. Inside the cave though, Noelle, Asta, and Leopold encounter a giant-ass spider with crazy strong mana, and with their mana being depleted by the heat, the trio almost loses the fight. Merilliona then reveals that this training session secretly served 2 purposes. 1, train their squads, and 2, figure out why this beast is so friggin' strong. After Merilliona detected man-made mana from it, it's possible it could also be cursed by a devil, and thanks to Fuegoleon's salamander, they find the creature's hiding place, a hidden dungeon. In the next episode, after hearing about the dungeon, Marx and Julius order the Crimson Lion Kings and the Black Bulls to explore it. Marx then mentions that there might be a hidden ancient magic item in there, and they must find it before someone else does. So, Merilliona and Fuegoleon send Asta, Noelle, Luck, Magna, Leopold, and the vice captain of the Crimson Lions, Randall. Yeah, that elf-possessed knight that attacked Leopold during the elf attack. And after the group splits into teams, Leopold and Randall team up to explore the dungeon. There, Leopold confesses that he's a little less confident after the elf attack. Even though he needed Fuegoleon's help back then, Randall reminds him that his powers are continuing to grow. He can confirm that Leopold has really good potential. Eventually, Randall and Leopold make it to the treasure chamber, where the giant spider beast is waiting for them. So, to defend itself, the spider somehow uses magic to control what looks like rock guardians. And they are too much for Randall and Leopold. Thankfully though, the Black Bulls appear for backup, but Leopold wants to take on the creature himself, so he finds a way to awaken an incredible amount of fire magic, to the point of casting a giant fire lion. Pretty damn cool. Hell yeah! Even though this spell killed the spider, it accidentally burned the hidden magic item that was apparently giving it powers. Oh well. And during yet another celebratory Hot Springs episode, Merilliona recognizes Noelle's strength, pointing out the similarities between Noelle and her mother. This just makes me hella curious for Aussier. In the next episode, we open on an underwater temple under attack. Gio orders Kahono and Kyato to seek help from the Magic Knights, and thankfully, the Black Bulls just happen to be training by the beach. There, Noelle suddenly hears a distant, nostalgic call, piquing her interest. And no matter where she goes, she keeps on hearing it. And that afternoon, while out on the beach, they encounter Kahono and Kyato, begging them to return to the temple. Later, Jifso reveals that the Guardian of the Sea, who stays at a mysterious mysterious place called the Void of No Return is somehow angry and attacking everything. Jifso is convinced that Kyoto and Kahono's singing and dancing will calm it down. They just need the Black Bulls to escort them there safely. Noelle volunteers her water magic, so Yami orders Finral to go with Kyoto and Kahono as well, just in case things go wrong, you know? But on the trip down the Void of No Return, the group is attacked by fish warriors protecting the Guardian. So, Noelle steps up, gathering power from the natural mana around and creating her most powerful protective spell yet, protecting them individually the rest of the way. She's really been practicing! Damn! And after Noelle defeats an ugly-looking kraken, the group arrives at the ancient ruin where the Guardian lives. And thanks to Kahono and Kyoto performing their dance, they finally soothe the enraged Guardian. But it turns out it was just trying to protect her baby. Adorable. But suddenly, Noelle recognizes the Guardian's lullaby. It's the call she's been hearing. The Guardian then passes a memory on to Noelle, and it seems like her mother also knew this Guardian. I cannot wait to meet her myself. In the next episode, we see Charmy training her ass off, attempting to get better at her sheep cooking skills. That way, she can make her recovery food even tastier and even more effective. And even though she's doing a hell of a job, she basically wants to be the next Gordon Ramsay. So, she seeks guidance from the royal chef Hamo. And with his help, she works to improve everything from her strength to her cooking. He even sends her out to look for rare ingredients known to make the best mana-enhancing meal ever. But unfortunately, her badass meal comes out looking pretty rank, and it ends up mutating into demon food. Apparently, when too much mana and devotion are combined, food can turn into this. But instead of destroying it, Asta doesn't want to waste all of Charmy's hard work. So, he eats the demon food himself, encouraging the others to do the same. And it turns out, this demon food does enhance mana, giving everyone an extra boost. But Asta points out that the demon food was actually kind of bland. She forgot the most important ingredient, love. So with that, Charmy continues her food recovery journey. And in the second half of the episode, we see that Gordon also wants to improve his poison magic. Since he's not even close to reaching his full potential, he decides to take off on his own, thinking being a loner again will help his training. So he leaves a letter behind and sets out into the forest of poisonous magical beasts. But after his food gets stolen by some magic creatures, his training's not going so hot. He even starts hallucinating being with the Black Bulls again. Yeah, he's kinda going crazy. And after angering a poison-immune wolf and her cub, he's pretty close to being killed. But he then realizes that love and friendship will not only help him get stronger, but it also happens to tame the wolf. Afterwards, the wolf guides him out, eventually leading him back to the Black Bull's hideout. Turns out though, no one ever really noticed he was gone. Damn, Gordon deserves better. In the next episode, we open on Zora, who's looking to train on his own. Before taking off though, Zora visits his father's grave and notices that someone's been maintaining it, leaving fresh flowers for Zora. And afterwards, he runs into a fellow commoner, Kaito, who's also training alone. But this makes him the perfect target for some rich assholes to bully him about his social status, crapping on his dream of being a magic knight. Even after using Zora Ideale as an example, these rich kids still treat him like dirt. But before the fight gets too intense, Zora helps Kaito scare them off. After that, we meet flower-selling Ina, Kaito's broken-leg dad. And despite Ina being pretty cool and supportive of his son, Kaito still complains about being lowly commoners. So, without mentioning that he's Zora's son, Zora teaches him that Zora never cared that he was poor. He just wanted to help people. With that in mind, Kaito later continues continues training, but one of the rich idiot kids comes back, and this time he tries using a magic item against him. He immediately fails though, getting hurt in the process. Good thing Zora was there to save his ass, and since the rich kid leaves the magic item behind, Kaito pockets it. Cause why not? Later that night, the idiot rich kid's dad blames Kaito for stealing the magic item. This forces Ina and the rich dad to battle each other. But turns out, Ina's actually a pretty damn powerful water magic user. And after Zora arrives and clears everything up, he basically tells the rich assholes to go F themselves. In a nicer way, of course. Oh, and do you remember those flowers from the beginning? Yeah, Ina placed those. We learn that Ina was a big fan of Zora, even wanting to be a magic knight himself. And since you're never too old to accomplish your dreams, Ina and Kaito make the promise to one day make it into the magic knights together. And after feeling inspired and moved by his dad's influence, Zora heads off, heading back to train with the Black Bulls. In the next episode, Vanessa ventures into the witch's forest. She begs the queen to teach her ancient magic to hopefully boost her personal mana, but the queen blows her off unless Vanessa does her a favor. The queen sends Vanessa out with two fellow witches, shy Samantha and sassy Elvira, to improve the security golems. And while in the forest, Vanessa discovers a bigger magical beast infestation attacking the forest, but with Samantha's sound magic and Elvira's illusion magic, they prove to be mediocre companions. The queen insists Vanessa give this mission another shot, so Vanessa combines all of their powers, thread, sound, and illusion, to rid the forest of the magical beasts. Mission accomplished! The mission not only ended up helping Samantha and Elvira realize they can be powerful, but this inspires Vanessa to keep training. In other words, she can make her own destiny without anyone's help. Good lesson here. In the next episode, we open on Marx getting on to Julius, who desperately wants to patrol the kingdom. But since Marx is not allowed to let a frickin' 13-year-old lose, Julius gives Mark a simple to-do list. Have Sally, who's now a Clover Kingdom prisoner, and Makusa, a magic item researcher, investigate how they can be used to enhance mana. And after Sally experiments all day on the Black Bulls, she's inspired by Asta to finally use her research for good. And with that, Marx takes off to the next order of business. Number 2 on Marx's to-do list is to accompany Noelle and Fuego to Arandon village in the Forsaken Realm. Julius asks them to do some undercover investigation on the town's bandit problem, and after meeting the nice townspeople, Marx, Fuego and Noelle decide to rest up overnight. But that night they encounter the infamous bandits, but they discover that the bandits are the very people from Arandon village. Apparently, after being attacked by the Eye of the Midnight Sun, they fell into massive debt rebuilding the town, so they resorted to robbing travelers. Desperate times, desperate measures, you know? And after revealing themselves as magic knights, Fuego and Noelle promise to take better care of small towns like these. And back home, Julius explains that sending them out to the Forsaken Realm was all part of his plan. Royals like Fuego and Noelle have no idea what commoners go through, so now they can improve as magic knights by paying attention and caring for everyone, not just royals. In the next episode, we open on the Golden Dawn Magic Knights coming back from a mission, and it seems like Alekdora and Yuno still can't get along. Despite their attitudes, Vengeance and Langris quickly send their team out on another mission, and as they arrive at the dungeon, the Golden Dawn is met by bandits from the Spade Kingdom, raiding the dungeon for magic items. Even though Alekdora gets hurt right off the bat, Yuno and the others manage to take down down the bandits and retrieve the magic items. Back home, Vengeance congratulates the squad, and Yuno surprisingly praises Alekdora's leadership. This throws Alekdora off, especially since he's always been a jerk to Yuno. But since him and Alekdora are part of the same team, Yuno respects him, despite Alekdora being an asshole sometimes. And afterwards, not only does Alekdora start kinda liking Yuno, but the entire Golden Dawn squad starts welcoming Yuno like family. No more antisocial Yuno, baby! Okay, here we have a little bit of a filler arc about a group called the Devil Banishers. It mainly covers the repercussions of the elf reincarnation, so if you're looking to cool off the main plot for a few episodes, watch this by all means, but I'm gonna skip a little forward to Episode 48, where we recoup with the Black Bulls, as Gray tries to overcome her shyness. But after Noelle and Gordon fail to help her, Gray reaches out to her most confident friend, Gauche, and he agrees to help as long as she promises to transform with Marie. Weirdo. So, with his magic mirrors, Gauche successfully hypnotizes Gray into not caring what other people do, say, or think. Perfect. But unfortunately, her hypnosis wears off after Gauche gives her as much attention as Marie. Gauche gives up, telling her to use transformation magic full time, but she desperately wants to be herself from now on. But Gauche then insists that her appearance doesn't matter, cause she'll always be Gray. Is it me or do I sense some chemistry here? Anyway, in the second half of the episode, we open at the Blue Rose headquarters, where Charlotte's squad is begging for more training. And even though all that Charlotte can think of is her crush on Yami, she works her squad to the bone. Since her team also wants Charlotte to end up with Yami, they suggest a training session with the Black Bulls. All Charlotte has to do is ask Yami, which will be a lot harder than you think, cause when she gets the chance to ask him, Charlotte can barely stand near him. Love. And on a different note, Julius wants to boost the kingdom's spirits, especially after the elf attack fiasco. So he and Marks plan to show off the Magic Knight captains through a televised battle competition. And speaking of which, in the next episode, we get to see a Magic Knight Captain's Showdown, where all the captains, besides Love-Struck Rill, get to show off their skills in front of the entire kingdom. And even though the battle ended in a draw, now the people know the power of the Magic Knights. So, I think they're in good hands. In the next episode, it marks 1 year since the last Magic Knight's entrance exam. And damn has it been a crazy year! So, to look back on their roots, Asta and Noelle accompany Yami, Finral, and Gordon to this year's exam. There, Asta and Noelle reminisce on the last year and how far they've come. Even Noelle wants to share how proud he is of Noelle, and after Yuno and Asta revisit their whole "I want to be the Wizard King" dream again, Yami reveals that there will be no new members coming this year.
Which means you two have to stay at the bottom for at least another whole year.
Oh well, sorry kids. We then jump to Vengeance, who manages to return Yuno's pendant. Apparently, after Revchi and Gildaire raided the Shadow Palace, Revchi came across the pendant, and since he's still kind of afraid of Yuno and Asta, he decided to return it. I knew that pendant would be back, and with that, everyone is happy. At least before their next training phase kicks off. In the next episode, Julius meets with the squad captains to discuss which of their members will get to train the Spirit Guardians. And since there are limited slots, they have to choose carefully. It's obvious that Asta and Seker are going because of their arcane stage powers, but Yami also volunteers a few more Black Bulls. Luck? Finral, and Noelle. And the other lucky trainees are Mimosa, Leopold, Charlotte, and Rill. And now that that's settled, it's time for the Distinguished Service Ceremony. There, while Sol, Mimosa, and Leopold are moved up a rank, Yuno's the talk of the Magic Knights, being moved up all the way to first-class senior Magic Knight, meaning he's the same rank as Langris. Sounds like Langris has some official competition. Besides them though, Marks also gives a nod to other Magic Knights, aka Asta, that should have been recognized. Since Damnatio gave Asta such a bad rep, Julius decided to hold off his ceremony, but we'll get there soon enough. Oh, and Yami's badass leadership is also finally recognized. Let's go! And later, we're back at the Black Bull's hideout, where Magna begs Yami to let him train in the Heart Kingdom with the others. And after Yami approves, we then jump to Yuno at the Golden Dawn headquarters, where Langris is keeping a close eye on him. In the next episode, we catch up with the Golden Dawn members, and some are gossiping about Yuno possibly being better than Langris, especially since Langris hasn't been putting any work in as vice captain lately. And later, we see Langris catching up with Finesse, who apparently has been corresponding with Finral, and from the sound of it, she likes Finral a lot better than hot-headed Langris. Yeah, Langris is not having a great day. Later, Langris approaches Yuno out of the blue. Langris wants to challenge Yuno, and whoever wins gets to stay in the Golden Dawn. And if Langris loses, he'll officially resign as vice captain. Holy crap! He can't be serious, right? During the fight, Yuno notices Langris is holding back, but even after fighting back hard, Langris is still no match for Yuno, and as Langris leaves the Golden Dawn, Vengeance has a heart-to-heart with him. Apparently, Vengeance knew the whole time that Langris wanted to quit. He didn't need all of the theatrics. Turns out, Langris still feels guilty after the elf reincarnation and wants to become an all-around better person. So, Vengeance assures him that no matter what, he'll always have a spot in the Golden Dawn. We then cut to Langris visiting Finesse before his self-discovery journey, and as Finral also appears to visit Finesse, Langris reminds him that their rivalry is going strong. He won't let Finral be the best vowed brother for very long, but unlike every other episode, Langris actually says it with love. Seems like his self-discovery journey is starting on the right track. Kicking off the next season, Asta, Finral, Magna, Luck, Noelle, Charlotte, Leopold, Mimosa, and Rill finally make it to the Heart Kingdom. Yeah, a lot of people, I know, it's hard to keep track of them all. But guess who's the surprise trainee? Charmy! Once she heard about the kingdom's delicious fruit, she obviously had to tag along. But luckily, Queen Lorapechka loves her. Alright, back to the plot. Lorapechka and Gaja introduce the rest of the Spirit Guardians. Sarado, an aloof but likable earth magic user, a stoic air mage named Smiruik, Potrov, a friendly plant magic user, and a stern fire mage named Floga. Asta, however, will be mainly training with Gaja, who's eager to test Asta's strength and anti-magic. And while the Spirit Guardians take care of the others, Secher and Noelle will be training directly under Lorapechka. She has big plans for them, just you wait. And everyone's first lesson is mana words, an addition to spells that can add specific commands. And thanks to the Spirit Guardians, everyone masters natural mana and gets hella confident in their skills. The only one that's having problems though is Magna, who's unfortunately too weak to continue. So he decides to split off to train on his own. Poor Magna. Meanwhile, Lorapechka reveals that Secher and Noelle are super important to defeat Vanica, the crazy chick possessed by Megicula. So, Lorapechka and Undyne team up with Secher and Noelle, cause apparently, without them, Lorapechka doesn't stand a chance against Vanica. In the next episode, everyone's training in the Heart Kingdom and it's getting stronger. But I gotta say, Leopold and Asta are the ones with the most improvement. Leopold is more confident, and Asta learns to finally control the surge of anti-magic. And speaking of improvements, Yami also picks up a new skill. Thanks to Metalliona, he masters Mana Zone, which allows him to not only walk on thin air, but to nullify his opponent's spells. Crazy, huh? We also finally get a peek inside the gloomy and evil Spade Kingdom, where a group of rebels, led by the determined Ralph, try to escape without being detected. But after the group gets surrounded by Spade soldiers, Ralph manages to set off on his own to Clover Kingdom, and his mission is to find, you're not gonna believe it, Yuno. We then meet the freaky as hell, devil-possessed ruler of the Spade Kingdom, and it's clear he is bad news. Ugh, this dude really creeps me out. In the next episode, Asta basically recaps his entire journey with the Black Clover, giving Gaja a much better idea of his powers. But that's my job, so we're gonna skip past that. And later, we see Noelle training like hell. She's clearly been improving her Valkyrie armor, but she's not the only one. Everyone is just getting stronger by the second, especially Asta, who can now call and retrieve his sword through a single command. In the next episode, about 6 months have passed, and we open on some evil Spade Kingdom mages traveling through a strong magic region. They're headed straight for the Heart Kingdom, but instead of using a regular power source to fuel their traveling fortress, they're basically sucking out all the mana from a group of hostages. That's how you know that they're truly evil. Thanks to Undyne's magic though, Lorapechka spots the evil mages just in time. But Asta can't just sit and wait for a strategy, so he takes off to save them. And thanks to all these months of training, he's now able to fly with his anti-magic sword. This kid couldn't even fly a freaking broom at the beginning. Jesus! Now he's yoked and super powerful. And after taking down all the Spade Kingdom soldiers, Noelle, Mimosa, and Finral arrive as reinforcements. Meanwhile, we see Luck and Leopold taking down another Spade Kingdom base. These guys are unstoppable, but even after being saved, the hostages are so traumatized that they barely trust the Magic Knights. But Asta assures them that they can all safely return home. But their home is not exactly safe either. The hostages reveal that the Spade Kingdom is currently being run by the Dark Triad, the devil-possessed Zogratis siblings, and their dark disciples, aka their most powerful followers. So in other words, the Spade Kingdom's effed up. And speaking of the infamous Dark Triad, we cut to them planning their next move. We meet the leader, sleepy-eyed and major bad guy Dante. We also meet his younger siblings, quiet but deadly Xenon, and hella psychotic Vanica. We can finally put a face to the name. And there, Dante breaks down their mysterious plans to kidnap some arcane stage mages. Who are they talking about, you may ask? Well, we about to find out. In the next episode, we see that Ralph made it to Hodge, where Sister Lily finds him extremely hurt. The only thing he wants, though, is to find Yuno. Meanwhile, in the Heart Kingdom, Lorapechka gives the Magic Knights a rundown of what's to come. But as Undyne sends out clones to protect the villages affected by the Spade Kingdom, Asta and the rest of the Magic Knights take a much-needed break. Oh, and apparently Rill still doesn't realize that Charmy is actually the love of his life. But to be fair, it is kinda hard to recognize her, not gonna lie. And later, Sister Lily gets word to Yuno about Ralph, so he rushes to the church where Ralph reveals the biggest plot twist of all. Yuno is actually the rightful ruler of the Spade Kingdom. In the next episode, Ralph passes on his memories to Yuno using his fire magic, and we then learn that Yuno was born to Lois and Ciel Greenberryall, aka the king and queen of the Spade Kingdom. Apparently, Ralph and his dad were very big supporters and protectors of the royal family, so when the Zogratis siblings joined the Spade soldiers, Ralph's dad did not trust them at all. Even Ciel was afraid of them, and rightfully so, because they ended up betraying the kingdom and killing the king and queen. Thankfully though, Ralph's dad managed to escape with baby Yuno, but after getting hurt by the soldiers chasing him, Ralph's dad used his last bit of wind magic to send Yuno to the church. Now, Yuno's hella conflicted, but he barely has time to think as he's alerted that the Golden Dawn headquarters is under attack, and the attack is being led by none other than Xenon and some of his dark disciples, and their devil powers are no joke. They practically obliterate the entire squad right off the bat, but Xenon's real target is Vengeance, and when Yuno arrives, all of his squad mates are clinging on to dear life. Oh I've never seen Yuno this pissed. In the next episode, Yuno, with Klaus and Letali's help, avenge their friends by taking on two of the Dark Disciples, a big show-off, Godroy, and pale-looking Foyal. And even though Yuno and the others defeat them, they were still pretty damn powerful. So imagine the horror to see that Vengeance, aka the strongest Golden Dawn member, was defeated and impaled by Xenon's terrifying bone magic. Jesus Christ. And after seeing Yuno, Klaus, and Letali, Xenon attacks them immediately. And while Yuno managed to defend himself, Klaus and Letali weren't so lucky. Damn. This blinds Yuno with rage. But after Xenon activates his devil power, Yuno is basically a goner. Later, Ralph arrives to help Yuno, but it's too late. Xenon's gone and Yuno's officially dead.
Just kidding.
Turns out, Vengeance managed one last spell before being impaled, allowing him to heal his entire squad. Luckily, this saves Yuno and some of the others. Unfortunately though, this was Hamon and Shiren's last battle. Yuno is desperately out for revenge. In the next episode, Loropechka and the other magic knights take a breather before the next fight, and even Asta and Finral have time to travel back to the Black Bull's hideout, but things quickly heat up as Vanica and her set of simpy dark disciples invade the Heart Kingdom. Speaking of invasions, while Gordon trains at the Agrippa household, Dante attacks the Black Bull's hideout with his gravity magic, lifting the entire building. Yeah, he's crazy powerful. Maybe a little too powerful for the Black Bulls, but thanks to Vanessa, Rouge, and Asta, they kind of have a shot, especially since Dante realizes that Rouge is actually an arcane level spell.
You're going to be my woman.
Ew, what a creep. And the more devil power Dante uses, the harder it is for Asta and the others to keep up with him. This ends up allowing Dante to not only destroy Rouge, but also impale Gauche. Okay, now Asta is pissed, which ends up triggering Black Asta. And even though Asta's powerful, Dante and his devil, Lucifero, are way stronger than Asta's anti-magic devil. But still, he gives Dante a run for his money. In the next episode, the battle between Asta and Dante continues. Meanwhile, Gray and Vanessa are starting to freak out about Gauche, who's pretty close to death. We then get a peek into Gray's backstory, which basically paints her as Black Clover's Cinderella, with evil stepsisters and everything. One day, after being unable to undo her transformation spell, Gray ran away and eventually ran into Gauche, who ended up saving her from from some bandits. So after Yami made her a black bull, she was always secretly thankful to Gauche. And her love for Gauche suddenly awakens a new spell, allowing her to somehow transform and seal his wound. Insane! And shortly after Dante knocks out Asta, Yami finally arrives to save the day. And in the Heart Kingdom, we learn that every single one of the spirit guardians, besides Gaja, were defeated by the Dark Disciples. So Gaja and the Black Bulls step in. And thanks to all his training, Luck manages to defeat one of them. Just a few more disciples to go. In the next episode, while unconscious, Asta realizes that his anti-magic devil has the desperate desire to kill. But kill who exactly? We then cut to Yami, who's beating the hell out of Dante, forcing Dante to use his second magic type. Yeah, you heard right. Apparently, when people are possessed by devils, they gain another power, meaning Dante can use gravity magic and body magic, allowing him to heal instantly. Perfect combo for a villain. We also learn that Dante is just evil for fun, making him the worst type of villain if you ask me. And since he was basically bored with his life, he made a deal with Lucifero. He is to open the door to the devil world through the tree of Qlifoth, allowing the devils to raid the human world. This guy's more evil than I thought. Jeez. All he needs to open the gate is Von Johns's world tree magic and Yami's dark magic. And back to the Heart Kingdom. After another dark disciple, an evil hair goddess, destroys the Heart Kingdom's fortress, Charmy gets pissed, activating her food magic and taking her out. Meanwhile, Leopold also steps up to the plate, burning alive yet another disciple. And as Gaja finishes off another one, Vaneka's simpy sidekick Robero enters Lorapechka's chambers, and right off the bat, Mimosa lands a killer blow on Robero. Nice! But unfortunately, right behind him is Vaneka herself, ready to face Lorapechka. In the next episode, we open in the Spade Kingdom, but we're specifically inside Dante's quarters, where a Clover Kingdom spy and fellow Black Bull gathers intel on Dante's plans. God, how many secret Black Bull members are there? And while Lorapechka confronts Vaneka, Vaneka uses her blood magic to revive all of her dark disciples. Yeah, apparently they're all practically immortal, and now it's Lorapechka's turn to fight. And with the help of Undyne, Mimosa, and Noelle, they are ready to go. But Vaneka is so damn strong that not even Noelle's Sea Dragon's roar phases her. And to top it all off, Mimosa gets so caught up holding back Robero that she accidentally gets caught in his grasp. Well, in his tongue, I guess. These people are so gross. And after Vaneka mentions needing World Tree and Dark Magic, Lorapechka dives deep into her mind palace, where she realizes that they're looking to use the Tree of Qlifoth. So to stop Vaneka for good, Undyne and Lorapechka wrap her inside a huge water sphere, allowing Noelle to use her new Mermaid Valkyrie armor. Well, that's anime for ya. We then cut to a glimpse of Mimosa, Noelle, and Seker's training with Lorapechka. There, we learn that Lorapechka is actually scared as hell, afraid to die from Vaneka's curse. This fuels the Magic Knights. So after Vaneka's blood magic runs out, Seker finally appears, ready to seal away Vaneka. Hell yeah. In the next episode, we open on Seker finishing up the sealing process. But turns out Vaneka's too strong to be sealed away that easily. This triggers Vaneka to embrace more of her devil form, allowing her to take down Noelle and Seker. And she even ends up cursing Undyne. No! And even after Noelle lands a solid hit on Vaneka, it's still not enough. Meanwhile, back at the Black Bull's hideout, Yami continues fighting Dante. Suddenly, Dante boosts Lucifero's power to 80%, making him survive every crazy hit. So one wrong move, and Yami's screwed. So, Yami calls Asta for backup. And with your classic anime miracle, Asta gets up and is ready to join the fight again. In the next episode, Vanessa recalls Noelle's mother, and since she wants to fight Noelle again, she kidnaps Lorapechka, fueling Noelle's anger. Yeah, total psycho. And speaking of psycho, Vanessa decides that she doesn't give a crap about her dark disciples anymore, so she just blows them all up with her blood magic, cause, of course she does. Meanwhile, Asta fights alongside Yami, hoping to finally defeat Dante, but Asta's efforts still aren't good enough, so he has an internal conversation with the anti-magic devil. And remember how this devil wanted someone dead? Yeah, he was talking about killing all the devils. So, to help Asta against Dante and Lucifero, he grants Asta a devil arm, which makes him almost 10 times stronger. Yeah, it's actually insane. But the catch is, he can only have that insane strength for 50 seconds, which means he and Yami have to book it. And after evading Dante's version of demonic goo, Asta delivers one last attack using Yami's katana, and with that, Dante's officially defeated. Ugh, damn, even I'm exhausted. But as everyone catches their breath, Xenon appears out of thin air. Apparently, his second power type is spatial magic. Perfect. And he ends up capturing Yami. Asta tries to stop Xenon by making yet another deal with the anti-magic devil, but he claims that Asta is too weak to make another deal. Yikes. And with Yami's classic "I'll be okay" glance, he and Vengeance are taken by Xenon. In the next episode, we open with Owen healing Asta, realizing Asta's arm can no longer return. Gray then begs for Owen to also heal Gauche, but it turns out that Gray's transformation magic completely rebuilt Gauche's body somehow. I guess she's more powerful than we thought. And later, Asta awakens and rushes out to look for Yami, but suddenly, a shadowy figure stops him, warning him that he's too weak to defeat the Dark Triad. But seeing Asta's good intentions, the shadow figure starts to like Asta, revealing he too is possessed by a devil. And to top it off, he turns out to be the Black Bull's vice captain. That's right, this smiley shadow magic user is Nacht Faust, aka the Clover Kingdom spy. I know, right? The next day, Julius holds a Magic Knights captain meeting, plus Yuno as the current Golden Dawn vice captain, recapping the last few episodes. Suddenly, Nacht and Asta make an appearance, and no one besides Julius and Jack knows who the hell he is. Apparently, he used to be a part of the Magic Knights alongside Yami and Jack, but Nacht assured them that that person is long gone. Nacht then gives his entire report on the Tree of Qlifoth. Apparently, because of their arcane stage magic, Vengeance and Yami will be sacrificed to open the 7 levels of the Tree of Qlifoth. 10 insanely powerful devils scattered throughout, and on the lowest level is Lucifero. If he gets out, they're screwed. The only good news is that 1 gate will open per day, and since they need Yami and Vengeance to open each gate, they'll be safe for a while. And to defeat the Dark Triad before anything bad happens, Nacht wants to harness Asta's anti-magic, and as Nacht recruits all the Magic Knight captains, Yuno also volunteers for the mission. But first, Nacht forces him to confess about being freaking Spade Kingdom royalty, making everyone fear he's a spy. After seeing Yuno's desire to avenge Vengeance, Nacht allows Yuno to join, and since the Dark Triad is opening the gates in 3 days, they all must get stronger before then. We then finally catch up on the Heart Kingdom group, and we see Noelle awaken to see Patry, Rio, Vetto, and Fauna looking over her. So you might be wondering, where the hell are we? In the next episode, we find out that the elves now live in Elysia, an isolated magic region within the Heart Kingdom. And there, it's revealed that Licht and Tetia's descendants actually survived. Apparently, before helping Lumiere defeat Demon Licht, Seker managed to seal and save Tetia, hence their descendants being alive today. We then learn that Patry and the others received a message from Dryad, the deity that that rules over Elysia, saying that the Heart Kingdom was under attack. And even though they couldn't save Lorapechka, they managed to retrieve and heal the Spirit Guardians and the Magic Knights. And since they need to defeat the Dark Triad ASAP, Patry agrees to teach them Elven magic. And after Gaja reports to Julius about the elves and the kidnapping of Lorapechka, we see Nacht arrive at the Black Bull's hideout. There, he meets with Gray, Vanessa, Gauche, and Finral, and after confessing that he really hates how Yami leads the squad, he recruits the Black Bulls for the upcoming mission, and they only got 2 days to get stronger. Later, Nacht takes Asta to his old family home. There, he forces Asta into a devil binding ritual, where he basically has to defeat the devil in a fight to gain full control over it. Nacht then summons Liba, Asta's anti-magic devil. And classic Asta, the first thing he does is thank him, since he's helped Asta win almost every battle. But Liba does not give a crap. He just wants to defeat Asta. But during the fight, Asta realizes that Liba doesn't actually want to kill him. Asta then assures Liba that just because he's a devil, it doesn't mean he has to be bad. We then see that Asta reminds Liba of someone. But who, I wonder? In the next episode, we learn the backstory of Liba, who, much like Asta, was born without magic. And since all the other devils had nothing else to do, they used to bully him constantly, to the point of one day throwing him onto their world's barrier. But because Liba had no magic, he accidentally slipped into the human world. And there, he met Lichita, an incredibly positive mage who's capable of basically sealing or storing magicless items into different beings. Pretty useful for storage. We also learn of her curse that forces her to absorb people's energy and mana, making her the perfect caretaker for a magicless devil. And ever since that day, she cared for him like he was her own son. One day though, Lucifero realized that Liba was out and about in the human world, so he tried to possess Liba, but Lichita stepped in, attempting to weaken Lucifero by absorbing his mana. We then see that she actually ended up abandoning her biological son because of her curse, so she wants to make up for her mistake and refuses to abandon Liba. But while doing so, Lucifero manages to impale her by controlling Liba's hand. And even though she managed to defeat Lucifero, Lichita was basically dying at that point. So with the last bit of her strength, she sealed Liba inside a Black Clover grimoire she had found, hoping someone would release him one day. And with time, Liba developed his skill of anti-magic inside the grimoire, but he never forgave the devils. So when Asta was chosen by the Black Clover, Liba finally had a host to avenge Lichita. We then cut back to Asta and Liba's fight, where Asta manages to defeat Liba, thanks to Yami's katana and all the sword skills he's learned throughout this entire anime. But instead of wanting to control Liba, he actually just wants to be friends with him. And since they both want to defeat the rest of the devils, it's perfectly reasonable. We then see that Liba recognizes him as Lichita's son, creating a classic full circle moment. So now, every single one of our heroes has only 2 more training days before the fight against the Dark Triad. So there you have it. That's the entire story of Black Clover, for now at least. And I seriously cannot wait for the next season, where they better kick Xenon's ass. But what about you? How do you feel? Feel free to like, subscribe, and check out another one of my videos. One should be popping up on screen here, and I'll see you in the next one. But in the meantime, peace!